does. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh,
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around. I need you again, so stick around.
leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. With that, all eyes on us. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening? How y'all doing? On this fine Wednesday of a morning, half afternoon. What's happening, you guys? What's going on? We got to talk about it. Now, see, look, I was going to come on here last night and talk some shit with you guys, but old TerriLynn, TerriLynn's having some problems, and we got to talk about it. Old TerriLynn. Parking lot party. Had a blowout with bullhorn bets already. It didn't last, what, a couple of days? That's what I said, a couple of days. Let's see here. Wood Drake Alien, new member. Thank you for becoming a new member. Miss Katie K, member for 11 months. Man, time flies, don't it? Jeez, man. Miss Katie K. Tamzilla gifted a membership. Thank you. Whoever got it, please tell her thank you. Oil Farmer's Wife. Good morning, good morning. What's up, TM? What you asking about, baby? What's going on? Oh, here, let me get this link in here. I guess I thought I already had it in the chat. Parking lot party's really going through it, man. She's really going through it. Backstabber's gonna stab. That's right. You nailed it. You nailed it. Are you asking about the BLIP boards, babe? Is that what you're wanting to know about, or what? You can tap that link and come on up, because that's what we were going to talk about it today anyways. Clue's doing BLIP boards. I believe Truth is doing them. And Barbecue Lady raised $22K. And so they have put up, like, I'm not even sure how many, but I know there's a video of like 6 or 7 of them that we played. I can play it again today, which I probably will, just so y'all can see them. Let's see. I just know that there was a lot of Billboard bullshit in the Summer Wells case, you know. So these are BLIP boards, not billboards, which I know a lot of people, there's some people who said that they would rather do the billboards, that you would get more money from the billboards and all this other shit. But I mean, I guess it's all in all personal preference. Whatever you're going to do, be very clear about what you're going to do and what you're going to get, so that your subscribers know exactly what they're donating to, because that's when it becomes a problem, you know. Let me see here. Mitten Mama gifted a membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Mitten Mama. Whoever got it, please make sure you tell her thank you. True crime for you. Hey, Queen B, let's see here. I've been waiting for you to come on. Let's see here. Hi to everyone in chat. Have a wonderful day. Just sitting here recovering from major neck surgery. Oh, babe, I hope you get, oh, girl. Prayers for a quick recovery. I hope you get to feeling better. That's terrible. It's when you first have a surgery, you wake up feeling so groggy and in pain and just, sorry you're going through that. I hope you get to feeling better. You guys, you know what? I had somebody come in my comment section and really, try to cuss me out yesterday because Voices and B-Tim and I can't remember who else was up here, maybe Granny, me. We were all talking over each other and I couldn't hear them. They couldn't hear me. My mic was cutting out. So I raised my voice to tell them I got it. So I'm sure it probably sounded like I was yelling because, you know what I'm saying? I was trying to talk over the top of them to let them know that I had it, but they didn't hear me because they were all excited, you know? So yeah, they weren't really impressed with me raising my voice. And you know what? I don't really give a fuck. I really don't. My give a fuck is busted, baby. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here, okay? I don't want to be mean or shitty with you, but you know, you don't have to be here. That's all there is to it. I'll be okay if you're not here. I'll be all right, I promise. You'll be okay too. What up, baby?
Hey, how are ya?
What's going on? No long time no talk.
I know it's been a
What you
while.
up
How
to?
are you doing?
Girl, I'm hanging in there dealing with the fuck shit. What you up to, babe?
I don't know. I've not really been around too much through the summer, but I'm back.
Kind of busy. You know how that goes.
Well, I
Shit.
work all summer,
Right.
so
I
I
was gonna
don't
say
have
you've been
much
busy.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I have time and I've been catching up on some things, but I saw your title and you know what? I've always been interested in the BLIP stuff because we ran a campaign for summer last year.
Yes.
Benny and I did. Do you remember?
You guys, I remember you guys wanted to do the billboards and blipboards, but
Yeah.
I just know that it turned into a shit show with the one,
No, that one
not
didn't.
yours, but the other one.
Yeah, that was a whole fiasco. I won't even get into all that because it'll take forever. But and I don't want to take away from what you're talking about. But I wanted to kind of just even like give a little bit of information because there might be people that don't want to give to like one particular person, and these billboards are so amazing, and they're so affordable. Um, but what I wanted to ask was because you would know better than I and the people here when when it first started, it was Dutch that was running it, right?
Yeah, Duchess started it, and then
Yeah.
so she had started the blipboards, and then she had gotten into like some family stuff that she had to take care of.
Yeah.
So then Clue, she volunteered to take over and kind of, you know what I mean, help
Yeah.
out from that point on because Duchess couldn't. So
Right.
Clue took over, and she had taken in, I don't know, a couple grand or whatever and put up a few, put up the boards. But you have to pick your boards, and then you have to make an account. From my understanding, what I know is you have to
Mhm.
make an account, and then you have to pick the boards. You have to pick where you want the boards to be, and then you pay for them, or they automatically take the money out of your account, and then
Yeah.
it goes on like a certain amount of time, like 6 seconds or 5 seconds or 15 seconds or whatever, whatever you pick.
Mhm.
And then I think it rotates. Okay, hold on. Rowena said Clue put up 22 total so far.
22 billboards. Wow, that's great.
Blip boards, not billboards. Now, see, it's
Well,
different.
that's what.
Billboards are
Well,
the ones that stay, and they cost a lot more.
wait a minute. The blip. Well, that's what blip is. Blip billboards. So you go. So what? All right. So what happens is, and there's a couple states that don't have blip. So
Right.
mine is one of them. There are no billboards in Rhode Island. So I only know that because not that I was going to put one here because I don't think many people would have seen it in the smallest state in America. But I did look and they don't have them here. And I think there's 2 or 3 other states they don't have them. But when we had set up the blip campaign that we were doing for summer, and I have all of those, and we showed how to go in and how to place them. Benny had made the artwork for summer, and everybody, what they did was it's kind of different. So in the campaign that we ran, everybody put their own. So we didn't take money from anybody. Nobody sent money to us for anything. We just put our own money into one blip account. And then Benny would move them around and put them certain places or whatever. But the people in the community went and made their own and they used the artwork. So there was one generic photo and it had Summer's updated age progression on it and her the original TBI photo that was put out. And what happened was everyone that wanted to get involved made their own blip account. And I personally think it's better used that way because you get more widespread coverage for. Does that make sense? So like when there's one person operating it, I feel like it could be consolidated to like kind of one area. I don't know in Sebastian's case, like where all the billboards are, but the way Blip works is actually so incredible because the more people that want to get involved, the more billboards will blip the, the image. So we had them all over the country, like between all of the people in Summer's community. I want to say there were around 50 people, 54 people that placed them.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, they would just keep adding more money into the account. You got to be careful when you move them around. So like if you move the billboards around, say like I had one in Times Square. When that one stopped operating, like it stopped working for some reason, it said there was like a malfunction with it. We had to move it. When you move the Blip billboard, it charges your account more money. So just so people know that, I didn't know why the money was draining so quickly, and it's from moving them around. So the more you move the billboards around, the more money it uses. But you can run these.
Okay, so so if it comes from one account, how was he able to get into the
That
how
was
were
just
these
for
other people able
hours.
to get in to add money and put their boards where they wanted? Like I thought it had to
That
be
was
your
just
own.
for hours, though. We only did that with hours. Everyone else
Oh,
had their
okay.
own. Yeah. So
So
like,
they made their
let's
own
say,
because that's right. So now look, somebody came up and said that you can a while back they said you can make your own account, you can put your own blip boards up, you
yep,
can pick your own spots, you can do your own stuff. You don't have to send no one money.
yeah,
You can do your own stuff, and then you know exactly where your board's at, and you know how much money you've put into it, and then you have
yep.
your own receipts. You don't have to send money to anyone, which I know that there's been people who are saying this is a scam, basically that people are using so much of the money, they're getting $2,000, but they're only using $1,000 of it to throw out blip boards. You know what I'm saying? And nobody would really know the difference.
It does actually, like, I would never say anything's a scam because I don't know that to be for sure. And I don't know who's,
Well, yeah, and I
all
don't
the
think there's
people
any way to really prove that it is or isn't.
there
You see
isn't.
the blip boards up, you
Yeah,
can tell they're up. I mean, like I said, Clue. I mean, fuck, she's been blamed by 4 or 5 different people saying that she was that she didn't her billboards didn't go up,
I'm
but then
sure. That's
they
why
did
we
though. She
didn't want.
showed the receipts that her blip boards went up. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
she put out there. Also, barbecue lady put up like 112. Girl, she made like 22,000 on her fundraiser for her blip boards and put up 104 so far. So and then she made a video about it as well.
Wow.
I know that some people say, "Oh, hold on, you got to pause your YouTube, baby. You got Firefly. You got to pause your YouTube and then click the StreamYard link. Otherwise, you'll have feedback." Did you get it paused, babe? Yep, it's paused. No feedback. Okay, can you talk so I can hear you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay.
So give me one second, and then you can pop right in with us.
Okay.
So the person that had messaged me or whatever, they thought somebody was putting up a billboard, not a blip board. Firefly, you just yeeted yourself, baby. You're gonna have to come back up,
Well,
click that
Blip
link again.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Blip.
it's all right.
It sounds more complicated than it really is. Like, okay, so when you're driving down the highway, there's billboards all over, right? A lot of those are compatible with Blip. So what happens is you go in and you pick whichever one you want, the location or whatever, and it's going to put it up on the billboard, whether it's Blip or not. You don't know if the Blip is compatible with whatever billboard you're passing by or whatever. But A lot of them are. And I had no idea that BLIP even existed. And then when we came across it, we were like, oh my God, why wouldn't we utilize this? And it was right after the age progression came out of summer. So it was really perfect. And so many people wanted to get involved with it. And it just grew and grew and grew. And then before we knew it, it was almost like we had BLIP billboards running in every corner of each state. Like it was really amazing to watch all the way from the West Coast to the East Coast. And but what you brought up earlier is a good point. So where you said that someone had brought in like $22,000 or whatever. So
Yeah,
when it
barbecue lady. Yep.
yeah, when it comes to people saying someone's scamming, the only way that you can prove is by showing what comes in. Now, don't forget, these people have to pay taxes on this money. If they're getting money through Cash App and all that, that's where things get sticky. I always say,
Right.
make sure that you tell people, this is why we didn't collect money from anybody. I never want to collect money from anybody for nothing, even if
Well,
it
yeah,
was
because
like,
I mean, I'm still waiting. I think Truth still has to put out his receipts from the money he's collected. I think he got
yeah,
$3,000 or something like that. Like in one show, he got $3,000, but I haven't seen any of his Billboards or receipts or anything like that.
yeah.
I haven't
So,
seen.
and
But then YouTube Hypocrisy said Clue hasn't shown the total donations that she's received. She's only shown what she's paid to the Billboards, not her total donations received, and has been very upset when questioned as to why.
so all right, I'm going to say straight up, right? I like Clue, but I don't agree with that. And I will never agree with not showing what's coming in. And the reason being is that's not full transparency. If people are, and I'm not picking on her, I am, if anything, more so trying to help because I've seen all of these things go wrong so many times. The best thing she could do is open up and show all the money received for the BLIP billboards, right? If she got like say, are people taking it through super chat? Because that you have to deduct the 35% from AdSense. See where it all gets so sticky with
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is like some people send it through Cash App. Somebody will send $500 through Cash App, and then they don't
yeah.
know if it goes towards the Blip board. So
Well, you have to
it should be like one PayPal pool for Blip boards only. Donate through here for the Blip boards, and then that way you have total transparency because then it starts getting sticky where you have to show your
yeah,
Cash Apps and PayPals and Venmos and
yeah.
super chats from last month. Somebody gave a $50 super chat from last month for the billboards, but you don't get it till the 22nd of next month. It's very hard to keep up with all of that. You know what I mean? It is. So it is. I understand why it would be hard to keep up with all of that. But I know barbecue lady, she took in 22K. Like it was her and two other girls. It was 22,000 like overnight. I mean, this happened like 8 hours or something on a live stream. So they all got their money together, and she came up here and actually talked about it and explained.
People are very giving.
How she went about it. Sorry, baby. Go ahead.
They're all very giving, you know, like when they see stuff like this, that people are very giving, they're very generous,
Absolutely.
and they help, you know. But I think that in order to really run like a seamless campaign, I don't want to say we did it the best way, but it did actually work out perfect. There's nobody saying, oh, you took $100 and I don't see, you know, $100 applied, but a lot goes into it because if you're collecting through super chat, people don't know if you're not a creator and you're not monetized. They don't know. We take our own taxes out. YouTube doesn't take taxes out for us. Okay.
Right.
You got to put that aside. If you're a smart person, you're going to put it aside for the end of the year. This is the way that my brain computes it because so say I gave you $50 super chat for a BLIP billboard. It's really not $50 because of AdSense. So you've got AdSense.
Right, so you're really only getting $30.
Right. Then take the whatever tax bracket you are. Only each creator knows what tax bracket they're in, how much to put aside for taxes. So when you're taking money in, you have to be upfront and say, okay, if you send $100, I'm going to be deducting 35% for my tax bracket. And then you would say, or whatever, 30%. Some people are lower. It depends, whatever. And and then the AdSense takes out the money. So it's not all going there. And I think that if people are upfront that way, it's going to, now how much is someone going to owe at the end of the year from all this money that came in that they didn't take taxes out of? They're going to put themselves behind. Now that's not anybody's problem but the person raising the money or whatever. There's just a lot that goes into it. That's why I think it's best for everyone to place their own. And listen, I was confused at first when I first started doing the BLIP. Benny actually showed me how to do a lot of it because it was
I didn't even know what the hell they were. I had never heard of them until now.
It was very confusing.
I think they're pretty damn cool because you know what I mean? You can pick how many seconds you want or how many times each time it goes. Like, so you could say like, I want it on there for 10 seconds, you know, and I want it on there 5 times. So if for 5 different rounds, it'll go up there, you know what I mean? Pop up for 10 seconds. Here, I'll try to go grab the video that barbecue lady did of hers to show you guys, because like I said, I'm still not really sure what's going on with Truth and his billboards or blipboards. I'm not sure if he put his up yet, but I think it's fucking amazing that they're all doing, you know, that they're all doing it. I just know people have a lot of questions, and when money's involved, of course, I mean, fuck, I have a lawyer that I've been paying for 14 months here, and I still get questioned about my fucking lawyer fund. So I know people are going to have questions. I understand, you know, I get it.
I feel like that's different though. If people want to give to you for your attorney, you don't have to show all that. That's their decision to give you the money, right? But with BLIP, people are going to say, I want to see the full. So people need to understand, and this is just coming from me, and I really haven't.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's legit, but I'm saying I still get asked for receipts. You know what I'm saying? So I know if they're going to ask me for receipts over a fucking lawyer fund that they clearly see, they're going to ask receipts for the BLIP boards. You see what I mean?
Absolutely. And those receipts cannot be just the BLIP account. It has to be for full transparency for the people that are donating. It really has to be what's coming in. And that was one of the biggest problems when taking money in for even like Summer's reward fund. People did not want to show what was coming in. And if you don't show what's coming in, there is no transparency in it whatsoever. And people are going to have questions. It's going to turn into a shit show. So I think anyone who's taking, you know, money in for BLIP account, it's a lot of work. It really is. So I get it. It's, you know, but you have to show what you're receiving and what you're taking in. And you can just take screenshots of Cash App. You can't delete Cash Apps out of your history. So if you get a Cash App, say for something else, like whatever it might be, and it's not for BLIP, just put a box over it and, you know, and redact people's names. That's, like I said, it's a lot of work to have to show all this because a lot of people use their real names for Cash App. You don't want to be doxing all these people, but it does need to be done that way. I feel like if you don't want to be accused of a scam or whatever, but I think it's important that people know. So like the ones that are not comfortable with donating to one person, you can make a BLIP account yourself. All you do is go to blip.com and put in your info. You put your own money into the account, pick where you want it, put the artwork in, and it goes up. And you control it yourself. No one else does. And you know what, Queen Bee? I can make those. I could put those lives where it's not even me explaining it. It's Benny, and he made it really easy for people to understand, because I'm telling you, a lot of people, even older people, were making these BLIP accounts, and it could be really helpful for people to listen to like the how-to steps. Do you know what I mean?
Right. And that would be pretty cool. That way for people who, you know, have questions or whatnot, they can do it themselves. You know, they don't have to worry about somebody else doing it or whatever, you know?
Yeah, nobody has to give to anybody. You go right to blip.com and make your own. And like I said, I caught on to it really easy. It was very easy to pick where. And I think we had most of them, like, so if you take into consideration, like you said, some people will play some for 10 seconds. Think about when you're driving down the highway, if you're sitting in traffic, like we would do like super populated areas that got a lot of, you can see actually on the BLIP website how much traffic comes through the area. every single day. There might be some of them have over 1 million views. Yes, I helped Duchess with that cupcakes. Duchess learned from me actually, because we did the BLIP billboards for summer way back. So she
Yeah, I
had
was gonna say I knew
come to us
Duchess was Benny. Wasn't she one of Benny's mods? I knew she had been around for a while.
way back. Yeah.
And I thought she helped with Summer's Blipboards and stuff.
She
I mean,
got her own. She didn't use Duchess made her own billboard for that. She didn't use our artwork or nothing.
right.
She actually, I don't believe Duchess was around us at that time. She had gone her own way, but she did place one for summer. And yes, she did place one for summer. I remember that. Because
I thought so.
yeah, she was one of the very few that did not use the artwork, that because I remember it didn't have her age progression on it. But yeah, it is really easy. And for people that don't know how, anybody is welcome to reach out. I can help them anytime if someone wants to do it on their own or whatever. I don't mind helping because I know how to run that website. You could just email me if anyone needs to. But I actually wanted to come up and ask about, is it all legit? Was my question. And who is showing full receipts?
Well,
so are they just showing the BLIP account, or are they showing what's coming in?
from my understanding, the Clue had came on and was showing her Blip account and what she had put up. I'm not sure. I don't know. Cheesy did a video. What I need to do is go pull that video and watch the entire video because I'm not really sure what's on it and I didn't see, so I can't answer. Did she show the receipts prior? Like the money coming in. I don't know about that, but I do know that she showed them being bought and put up like different places and where she was going to put them and how many times they rotate and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know. I was still kind of new to it, so I really didn't know.
Yeah.
But I believe they're saying Barbecue Lady did show all her receipts. So I believe she did that online and had everybody helping her as well. So she did you know what I mean? Miss Firefly, how are you, love?
To show everything is the best way to do it. No one will ever accuse you of scamming and,
Right.
Yeah.
Can you hear
That
me?
Yes,
video of mine. Oh, sorry.
No, you're okay. I was just making sure Firefly could hear me and that I
Can
could
you
hear
hear
her.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Do you want
How are you,
me
baby?
I'm okay. I'm a little crabby about this. I don't know why people are coming to you to explain barbecue and Clue. People that are complaining about Clue don't
Well,
like
here,
it.
let me stop you real fast. They didn't come to me to explain anything.
Okay.
They I seen a few people were asking questions and then I know that Barbecue Lady had came up and she had talked about a few of her boards that she had gotten up, and then there was a video that was sent to me of I don't know, like 10 boards that were put up and stuff. I played it yesterday, I think, or the day before, of the Blip boards that she had gotten up.
Right.
But there was more that she was going to be putting out, and then there was a big argument with TerriLynn over the Blip boards. So
Right.
that's why we're talking about it today.
Okay, well, the people that are complaining about Clue, they don't like her, and they don't like her for what happened in the past. She has shown the totals that come out of her account, but she hasn't shown, every single deposit that's been made.
How to see the deposits though, and it's no fault of these, I don't feel. People want to see what's coming in, like they want to see, and that goes with everything. If you're taking money on you for any missing person or missing child, and I like Clue, so I'm not here to dog her at all. I remember when it was all taken over from Dutch when she had stuff going on or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm not biased in any way at all when it comes to Cluminati. I think that it's a lot of work, like I said before, to show what's coming in. But, between her and her husband, I'm sure they'll figure it out or whatever. But there's no way to evade being called a scammer unless you're showing full receipts. And it's the only way to do it.
Well, everybody that wants to see, what's deposited into her account should send her an email and talk to her.
No, I disagree.
Yes. Okay.
No, I disagree, ma'am, because, and this
Okay.
is why, when you're crowdfunding, you can't expect people to donate and then reach out to you for proof, right? Like, it should go without saying, if you're going to take on the responsibility of, collecting donations for a blip billboard or whatever it might be, anything that has to do with, like, Queen compared it to her lawyer fund. I don't think that's the same, because that's for her own, like, personal use and people that care about her and want to help. This is different. So
Well, and I wasn't so much comparing it. I'm just saying, like,
yeah,
as far as people asking for receipts, any kind
right,
of money, it seems like from the last 3 or 4 years I've been on here, any kind of money, doesn't
yeah,
matter what it's for. It seems like, I mean, it could be, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, a billboard, a blipboard, you know what I'm saying? PayPal thing. I mean, whatever. It could be anything, any kind of money being exchanged, given to whatever. People seem to want to see receipts
right.
all
Well,
the time. And if you don't put out what they want or what they feel they're entitled to see, immediately you're called a fucking scammer, or you're saying, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
it's like immediate. It doesn't matter. Um, it just doesn't really seem, if it doesn't seem like if you're transparent or not, you still get the ones that don't like you, or you know what I'm saying, like Clue or me or whoever, they have a fucking bone to pick. Immediately they start talking shit.
With you, it would be the people that gave to you, right? So, like, a random passerby doesn't really have the right, I don't feel, to be like, Queen Bee, let me see all your, deposits from people for your lawyer fund. Whereas this concerns a missing child, or naturally, whether they donate or not, they're going to be
Okay, I get what you're saying, like a crowdfunding.
yeah,
So with this, okay, right. And you know what, I do agree with that when you're doing like with the blit boards and stuff. But like I said, you live and learn too. And
yeah,
so it's hard to show cash apps, PayPal's,
yeah,
Venmos, super chats. And because somebody might say, here's $50 towards the blit boards, but they might send it as a super chat.
right,
So you only get $30 of that then you put out that you only got $30 of it, and they're like, no, you didn't. You got 50. They
right,
said they donated $50 on there. You didn't just get 30. No, you didn't. Then you're
yeah.
called a fucking liar. And
And then they're not, but they're not factoring in, right? So, like, say I was to give to someone for a blip billboard, um I would do it through Cash App, because you're absolutely taking out of the whole situation. You're taking AdSense out of the equation. You don't have to worry about the 35%. So just know that every time you super chat someone for blip, you're losing, or the blip billboard campaign that they're running is losing 35% immediately. So your $100 is like 60 something, $68 or something like that. And that's quite a hefty chunk of money to take out of $100 bill if you want it to go. So I would do it through Cash App. It would be the smartest idea, because the person only has to take their taxes out, which is maybe a little bit less, about the same, but it's not double, right? So if you're sending it through Super Chat, when YouTube pays people, like we said before, they don't take taxes out. You have to do that yourself. So you're
right,
taking taxes and AdSense out. So how much is really going toward Blip?
$20.
And that might be another reason why, and I'm not saying this is the case because I don't know this to be true, but that might be another reason why some people are more reluctant to show what's coming in, because not all of it is going to the billboards, unless they're going to take a huge hit at the end, right? Like, it's going to be a lot. Like the lady that you said took in like 22 grand. Think of how much in taxes she has to pay. So, like, I don't know. There could be reasons for why some people are not showing the whole amount for their receipts or whatever. But and like I said, I don't want to accuse anyone of scamming, because I don't know that to be true. But there's just a lot that goes into it. That's why I think it's so much better when you're doing Blip to make your own. And all you have to do is ask for the artwork, and it's easy as changing your cover photo on Facebook or your profile picture. You just put the artwork right into the BLIP account. And if people need to resize it, because I know resizing is kind of rough. I had a little bit of a difficult time with the sizing, because when you go to put it in, some of the billboards are huge. Some of them are different. They're all different sizes, right? So it has to like fit the screen. So you have to pick the size. That can be a bitch. So a lot of people I know, when we did it, had a hard time with sizing. So what we would do is we put it into Canva, and Canva, if you pay for Canva, you can actually fit the size of the billboard. I don't think that there's anything wrong with people
That's nice to
collecting
know.
for BLIP, but I think it's going to be a sticky situation, because when you're collecting money for anything, it always is, you know.
Right. And I think this is important to know too. So Pickle says Truth covered what YouTube takes from super chats and sent all the rest to Clue. So Truth is not doing BLIP boards. He is not the one taking money or crowdfunding for BLIP boards. From my understanding, he did it that one time, and he sent the money to Clue. And then and it says, so that should be easy to figure out. I think that's important to state when talking about stuff like this, so people are under the impression, are not under the impression that he just collected money and didn't do anything with it. So he did collect the money, and he did send it to Clue after he went through did the super chat thing, the 30% for YouTube. He sent Clue the rest, and then it said her community trusts her and are not demanding receipts. I don't think she's hiding anything. Thank you, Pickle, for your comment.
To explain my video, I said it was receipts. I was clipped saying that it was receipts, and it apparently wasn't complete receipts. It was just what she purchased for the billboards is what I put on my video. I clipped her so that people didn't have to go back to her 5-hour live and watch it. And it technically wasn't receipts, but it was showing the ones that she purchased, because if you look at the video, it shows that remove sign or something, it says, or remove board or whatever it says on there. So it shows that she had purchased it, but it did not, my video did not show how much she brought in. To me, her seeing that she purchased all those billboards was good enough for me. So that's why I made the video. Anyways, so that's that. So,
People were calling us out saying that we didn't show, that she didn't show receipts. I know about this. I know who you're talking about. Who clipped
and I told Queen Bee that it was a receipt video, so it was my own fault. Queen Bee didn't watch the video first, so it's my fault saying it was receipts. But so it wasn't technically full receipts, but it was showing the boards that she had purchased.
I just thought that was important to show as well. I mean, even if I know that that's not the receipts of what she's collected, but it's receipts of her showing that she did purchase the boards, meaning obviously she's paying for these BLIP boards, you know what I'm saying? And showing them, she's showing them, putting them out, right? That's
right.
just,
I thought it was good enough. Yeah.
Yeah, here it is right here. So it shows kind of like
she has spent over $3,000 for these boards to be up.
They're really pennies, like, guys. So I will say, do not be confused or get it misconstrued. These, I'm telling you, you can run a BLIP billboard for $10 a day and get it to BLIP almost 50 times a day. So,
well, are you questioning that Clue is scamming? Because this all seems to be centered around.
Not at all. No, I'm not. I didn't even know if she was still running it. Nope. I'm not questioning if she's scamming. I just heard that other people were asking questions or whatever. I've done the BLIP billboards before, so I came up just to kind of like talk about it and explain like how I would figure this out if I were in charge of. First of all, I would never collect money for this. I'm just being honest. It's not a good idea because of this type of situation. But no, I'm not questioning whether she's scamming or no. Nope. I said earlier, I would not. I have no proof of that, and I don't have the inclination that she is. But when you're fundraising for anything, this is naturally going to occur because you're taking money in, and there's always going to be people that are going to accuse people of scam. So that's why I was speaking on it, and just like giving a pointer or two, because it's inevitable that people are going to accuse anyone of scamming off this if they're not showing what's coming in and what's going out. But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, just because you see there could be 50 billboards placed, don't get it confused that these billboards run for dollars a day. So, I mean, that's all I'm saying. Because I know how much it costs to run one billboard, and I know how much it costs to run. I think the most we had running at once was 12. And it was not even $100 a day. So that's why I'm saying, like, they don't cost a lot. They're so affordable.
Okay, well, I only have two other things to say. If anybody wants to know where the billboards are, she will give you exactly where the billboards are up. They're not specific addresses. She can give you cross streets.
Yeah,
And
this is what this video is that she's showing us right here.
It gives you a map in the BLIP account, so you can
Yeah,
actually
that's what she's
click
showing right here. This
that.
is where she's she's showing where they put them up at. From my
Yeah.
understanding, right here. This is where, and she's got different. Here's one in Atlanta, Georgia. There's one. Hold on, we'll go through. There's one in Atlanta, Georgia. From what I see, like actually like three of them is what it looks like. She's got two or three.
Yeah.
Looks like 2 or 3 in Atlanta, Georgia, because it's showing right here. And how many average daily views?
Over 1 million.
Right. And so it says, basically it shows it on here. It's like I said, it's not the receipts from before. I understand that. Like, I know people are going to say I'm showing, that I'm calling these fucking receipts and all that. What I'm saying is I understand it's not the receipts from her donations that she got, but it's receipts from where she placed her boards and how many and stuff. And I think that's important as well. I'm glad she showed that,
They keep track
for
of
the ones
all
that are asking. I'm
they
sorry.
put
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Okay. Well, anyhow.
Sorry, I got a call. What I was saying to you was BLIP stores all of the history in there. So like, I don't know if that's what you were just saying, but you can go back and see every single thing you've ever done in the BLIP account.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Firefly,
I just basically, well,
when
I said I'd
when
call
Firefly's
you.
not talking, she should mute because there's a lot of feedback.
Oh, gotcha. I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. Okay, I got her muted for right now.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. I just right here, this says you can't possibly know what the boards cost. All boards are picked different based on exposure and blip time. Okay. Well, see, and that's the thing is it's
no,
different.
Actually, that's incorrect. Can you read that again real quick, Queen Bee?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, hold on. I don't know. Hold on.
Why is that person upset? There's nothing I'm saying here that's not accurate. I don't understand what their problem is.
I don't even know where the comment went, to be honest with you. And I
It's
don't think
fine.
it's so much about Clue. I think it's more about people are, pissy because of all the money coming in. And they're just asshole. People they do this shit. This is what they do,
Well, so they're all
I'm not saying you. I'm just
different.
saying, like, in general, like subscribers, they do. They ask for receipts. That's what they do. I mean, it's just what they do,
Well, I think what she was trying to say is, like, they're all I never said anything about pricing. I didn't say a word about pricing or how much it might cost, because it shows you in the BLIP account. I can still go into our BLIP account and show what we spend and what each billboard costs daily, and it's really all saved and stored in there. I didn't say nothing about something not costing or costing more than, nothing like that.
I do want to say something. This is an old video. This was the original first 22 billboards that Clue had put up. So I have heard that she has put up other receipts. I've never gone back and looked, so I don't know. But I'm just saying this is an old video from the first original 22 videos 22 billboards BLIP boards that she had put up. And like I said, I was just showing what she purchased. And it doesn't say how much she purchased, but it did say it remove sign, so I figured it was good enough for me, is what I mean. So I donated to the billboards, not much, but I did donate, and to me, donating, it was good enough for me to see that.
I think a lot of feel that way as long as there's results. You have, like Queen Bee had said, the other people who are not happy with receipts, like where you might be okay with it, other people are not. I understand that. That's why I'm saying the things that I am, because I know what comes collecting money for things and the way people go crazy and bitch. And if they don't like someone, like say someone doesn't like Clue, they're not going to want her hands on it at all. That would go for anyone, right?
Right. That's the way they made the video about me and Queen Bee, saying that these were receipts
Yep.
because they don't like Queen Bee. So they're putting up, these aren't receipts. These are just showing how much, or that the money was paid out. And it's like, well, that's good enough for me that they're buying the billboards. Ain't that what we want to see? That was good enough for me,
I think that's important to show that she's buying the billboards. To me, these are fucking receipts. I mean, what do you want to say? What the fuck more do you want other than the fucking money that came in for them? Yes, I understand transparency is a good thing, and I understand that people do want to see that. Like, I get that.
Queen.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Like,
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just a couple things. Clue is working with Chris and Katie. Does people understand that? They are working with where the billboards go. So she's working.
Okay, see, I knew they did. I knew Chris
No.
and Katie had donated, but I didn't think they had any where all or say so of where the boards went.
This is for Betty's people in the bushes that are saying that the Proudfoots gave her $1,000 to go harass her.
No, they gave her $1,000 towards the BLIP boards.
Absolutely. And
I don't know who's saying that, but thank you for bringing attention to it, because that's bullshit. They never once paid her $1,000 to go after any fucking buddy. They put $1,000 towards their son's BLIP boards because they want to put his face out there.
Now, I'll also comment on, oh my God, it's only 8 seconds. Who can see it go by? If you're a traveler, you are used to having to read quickly where you want to eat, where the motels are. So you will see that. And if you happen to see his face and think you've seen him, you're going to stop your car and go back and read that billboard.
Right,
But
if you're driving.
I saw one here where I live. I did not pull over and take a picture of it. I can, but I can to give the clue, but I don't feel that it's necessary. And Betty, the other thing I want to tell you and the people in your chat, you're not happy because they're not, solid billboards that stay up there. And we should have done this and we should have done that. You know what? You've got a big hunk of subs. Seth has a big hunk of subs in Brittany's group. He's also got his YouTube and that big ass account that Tony took over. You guys,
exactly. Why the fuck do your own billboard?
You guys donate to somebody and go put up the permanent billboards and pay for them, and shut the hell up about the billboards. If you don't like them and you haven't donated, none of this is your damn business, Betty and her followers that are out there in the bushes. Okay, I'm done.
Well, that's the thing about these BLIP boards, is it's making it so people can afford them. Right. I can't afford to go put up $4,000 for a random kid that I don't know, but I can afford to throw in, $20, $50, $75 towards a BLIP board that somebody's going to put up and have his face up there. And if you're reading anything more than for 8 seconds while you're driving down the road, I hope you're not driving on the same roads I am.
Yeah,
because you should only be looking at something for 8 seconds, really.
I traveled 2,000 miles up and back each year, and I'm very used to having to read billboards very quickly as you're driving by, because you might miss your hotel that you want to go to, or the food you want to go to, or the gas stations you want to stop at. I have seen those BLIP boards, and I've glanced, and quite frankly, if I saw something that I wanted, I would go back, I would do the flip and go back and read it. But I saw the BLIP board down here, and it's placed here during rush hour, because all 2 interstates to the west flow into one going north and south. So you are stopped you creep along for a very long time. So 8 seconds is very well placed. And you have to remember that's not the only thing on the Blip board. You know,
Yeah.
people have, there might be 20, 30, advertisements that it goes through until it comes back around again. It doesn't happen every 5 or 4 times. So anyway, Betty, shut the hell up. Go get all those big ass groups that goes into thousands, and you put up the permanent billboards.
Yes.
You don't tell
I
us
won't
what
do
to
that.
do. You don't talk
Yeah,
about the Blip.
she probably
You don't.
won't do that.
She
Right?
only she's
Right.
only bitching because she hates Clue, number one.
Right.
And Barbecue Lady used to work with Tony and then left. So that is a huge,
Well, yeah,
hate.
she hates me. She
I'm not
hates
a
you. She hates Barbecue Lady.
I'm not a big
Yeah.
fan of Clue either, but like if she's doing this, I think that it's great. And like when you crowdfund, you have to be ready for questions. But there's a big but there. Are people asking questions respectfully? Because there's an example that I'd like to use. Even though Queen Bee's crowdfund is in no way, you couldn't compare the two because she can't show all her dollar amounts for filings because that would be against her best interest, right? And this is a totally different, like, whole different thing, right? But like Savage and Val example, like we were just asking questions and she attacked us. No, you didn't ask one question. You didn't ask a single fucking question. You called her a scammer. You implied that she is fucking stealing from the community is what you did. And then you packaged it and presented it like you're asking questions. And I think that is probably happening right now. And I thought that Tiffany coming up here and like stating it respectfully was a good thing. You know what I mean? It's good to be transparent, but you also need to come with some respect. Like, don't just come with your fucking vitriol towards her because you don't like her. If she's really doing something good, then,
Right.
like fucking, if you don't want to donate, you also have a choice there. You don't have to donate. Like, I don't know. But yeah, don't act like you're asking questions when you're just saying, hey, they're a scammer. You know what I mean? There's a big
Yeah,
difference.
and I forgot we got talked shit about because we showed these as we were sticking up for Clue and showed these as receipts, and they were not. They said they are not receipts. Okay, well they are, but they're not the full fucking receipts that you think you're entitled to. So here's another video actually that Clue posted herself, and it shows all the Blip boards. I know this is from August 22nd. I understand that. I get that. We're only into September 10th. So it's from 2 to 3 weeks ago. I mean, it's not very long ago, just to put into perspective here.
We have to explain everything because otherwise we're going to be called out, right?
Isn't it so ridiculous? So fucking ridiculous.
The people that are calling the shit out are the people that aren't donating, though, is what I want to say.
Can I ask a question really quick?
Yeah.
All right, because I keep seeing in the chat that people are saying that I wasn't Clue at all. Somebody think I was? Because I was not.
That you were doing what? You cut out. I'm sorry.
That I'm bashing Clue? I definitely did
No,
not.
I didn't hear you say that. You actually said you like. You said you like her. You don't have any issues with her, but you were trying to explain about the being transparent and stuff.
I'm not accusing you of not liking Clue.
No, she's reading the chat, baby. She's reading the chat.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't want her to think that I'm bashing her. Not at all.
Yeah, no, I was reading in the chat. I like Clue. I think she cares very much about Sebastian. And I have my own opinion about what was done to her, actually. And I won't even get into that here. I don't agree with what was done to Illuminati. I think that she's put her heart and soul into Sebastian. And while some people may not like things that she has said or whatever, we all say fucked up shit. There are things, unless you see repetitive, constant hate speech and such, that's a different story. I haven't seen that from her. I don't have anything against Clue, and I definitely didn't come up here to bash her. I only came up here just to help a little bit because, like I said, I had done all of this over a year, probably almost 2 years ago now. I don't even know how long it was, but and I'm really familiar with how it works. But I'm also familiar with how it works around here as well, with people accusing people of scamming. And I was just trying to explain how she could go about helping to show things. And it's not always such a good idea to say, email me, because then people are going to say, oh, she's doing it in private. She doesn't want the public to see, or whatever. Does that make sense? So it's to her benefit. And if she wants to
Yes.
take my advice, I mean, she doesn't have to. I'm just saying, I know what people do. And, maybe
No, it's
they're,
very good advice.
hey,
Well,
Cappy.
yeah, it really is.
It's
Because
good.
there's
It's
people who
good
are saying
advice.
that she's not. That when they ask about receipts or whatever, she's not. She's very upset. Or she gets very upset about it. I haven't seen her get very upset about it. I haven't seen her
Why are
off
people
about
saying
it. None of
that
that.
I need to talk to Clue about this? Is the title not questionable?
Yeah, let's talk about
Yeah.
blip boards and blowouts with barbecues. Stephen and TerriLynn and Sean's new interview. Yeah, it says let's talk about the blip boards.
Up here randomly, like, what the fuck is
Right.
wrong with these
It's
people?
No, and I'm kind of glad you did, because you guys have worked on the blip boards and you know Duchess, and you had been friends and you guys had helped Duchess. Duchess was
Right.
involved and was one of Benny's mods, and I don't think people even understand that Duchess was right in the thick of Summer Wells's case.
I helped Duchess when she
But
was.
there's a lot of new people here too that don't know. All they know about is that you got into it with a couple creators and they go off of that. So
Oh, I get into it with all kinds of people, and I have been for years. But I helped Duchess when she was doing the blip billboards for Sebastian, and I made sure to get the word out about them as well. I was very good to Duchess actually with her blip campaign. So I don't know why anybody would think anything different. She actually came up on my panel and spoke about it, and I helped her. So maybe they missed that, but either way, I wasn't bashing Duchess, and I wasn't bashing Clue at all. I was only coming up because I know how it works, and I offer to help if anyone needs to place their own or whatever. I don't mind to help. I mean,
yeah,
it's
and
no
that's
big
cool too,
deal.
because if anybody has anything to bitch about or anything to say, or you don't want to donate, or you think people are scamming or whatever, you are more than welcome to get on and do your own blip board. You don't have to send money. That's the good thing about this. You don't have to send anybody money if you don't want to. You can go on and do your own thing. You don't have to go through anybody or worry about anybody else or worry about your money not being put where you want it to be put. You can get on blipboard.com and do it yourself. Make your own account and make your own blipboard. You know what I mean? You don't have to go off of what anybody else does.
Queen Bee, you know what you should do is for the people that for the people that don't want to donate to just one particular person, have one of your mods or maybe your mods just grab the blip.com link so that people can click on it. They can go navigate the website and they can look
Yeah.
around, and like all you do is put your bank info in and the money goes right in. And to be honest with you, I put what was it, 190, maybe it was 200. I think I put 200 in, and that money stayed there with like 10 billboards running for almost a week. Like $200 goes a very long way with these billboards. If you could just put $50 in and run one for a week,
Yeah,
and
I thought about doing it. I thought, but then, like I said, I'm already dealing with my lawsuit fund or whatever. That's the last thing I need is to be dealing with fucking bullshit with the goddamn clipboard.
no,
So
I didn't mean you. I meant the people in chat, not you. I didn't mean you specifically. I mean for the people in the chat that might want to go navigate the website and learn how to do it, and they could do their own if they don't feel comfortable giving to Clue or Barbecue Lady or
right.
yeah, they could.
That's a good idea too. Yeah, I mean that's like I said, that is a good idea. So that way, I mean, hold on, what magic words were said for 22K in a few hours? Cricket Day? I don't know. I think it was like 3 or 4 girls. Actually, you know what? Barbecue Lady, she was gonna pop over here. Matter of fact, Steven, I think, was too. So
it was over 2 days, Queen. It wasn't in the matter of just 8 hours. It was 2 days.
It was also 3 creators too.
Yes.
There was 3 different creators that collected that as well. And then they put their money together. That's how they got 22,000. There was one lady, I think she got 10,000, and another lady that got 6,000, and another lady that got 6 or 7,000. So it was between the 3 of them,
It's not a magic word. It's the fact that people are like when I saw the blip billboards and I had no idea they existed, I was over the moon because I had no idea that they were even an option. And when
Right.
people know that they can be involved with getting Sebastian's face out there or anybody's face out there, they're going to be inclined to give and to be a part of something like that. And I don't think really it's any magic words. It's the fact that people want to help and it takes off, so
Yeah.
quick. All adds up so fast.
But I want to
Chelsea
say,
made a good point
when-
too. TikTok gets a lot of views. Like, there's a lot of action over there. Like, and they have TikTok accounts, don't they? Those girls.
yeah.
Yeah, they're TikTokers. Yeah, the barbecue lady and the other girls. Yeah, they all run on TikTok.
Right.
And I want to say back with my video when it was the 22 blip boards, when I made that video, I don't remember what month it was, but it was those 22 blip boards were going to be in major cities of America. First of all, if you look at them, they were going to have all kinds of views, and they went all summer long. And she had collected. I know Katie and Chris put in like $500 at that time, and no, this was before, and people had donated, and she had a couple $1,000, and she was able to put those up. I think it was like 65 days or something like that at the time, and it was going to go like almost all summer long.
Yeah,
which was awesome.
She put them in areas that were very populated for vacationers.
Right.
And that was in conjunction with Chris and Katie. They sat down and picked out those places. This is all about Betty not liking where they were and what
And at the time, Seth would not, when Duchess was doing it and when Clue was doing it, Seth would not put any money towards it. He has never put money towards it. Betty's never put money towards the blip boards. So they can kiss my ass for trying to say everybody's scammers. Because if they're not willing to put their money up, screw you. Because
Chris and Katie have put in $1,500, I believe, and she did show the receipt for the deposit.
$1,000 next, yeah.
She showed the receipt for the $1,000 that came in immediately.
And you see what happened with that? Listen, she showed the receipt. Listen, she showed the fucking receipt, and the very first thing they did was said that that Chris and Katie paid her to do their dirty work.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now
damned if she does, and she's damned if she doesn't. It doesn't matter. If she fucking shows it, they're gonna spin it. If she doesn't, they're gonna spin it. It doesn't fucking matter.
Right.
Well, they're changing. Clue is changing the area now that vacations are over. She's now placing them where people go for vacation. School weekends and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's changing them. She's putting them in different places. So anyway, Betty, I know you're listening. You get your own people of all those groups, which totals thousands, and you go put up your own permanent billboards and leave the blip boards alone.
Yeah,
that's it. I'm leaving.
I think this blip thing is a wonderful thing because you can put his face in so many places, and I want to applaud anybody who does this blip board campaign, and I want to tell people stop doing this shit because what's going to happen is people are going to say, you know what? I'm not going to do it anymore because I don't want to deal with the bullshit.
Girl, that's
they're taking all their time. They're putting their accounts on this so that it's taken out of their accounts. It's not like they're just throwing this money up there. Duchess was explaining that it takes money out of your account every day or every week or whatever it was. I can't remember, but it's taking money out continuously out of your account. So these people are putting their bank account up and putting it on here so that money is taken out of their bank account every so often. And does anybody else want to do that? I sure don't.
No, it doesn't get taken out every so often. You control it. So you control what you put in.
Well, I understand, but it's still coming out of your account.
Well, no, because it's coming from the people, right? I mean,
what I'm saying is you put your bank account up there. So it's the money's coming out of your account. Out of your bank account so that these blip boards are being paid for. And, but these people are dealing with all of this stuff.
Without the people, they wouldn't be able to. And that's why
that's what I'm saying, though. They're taking the money from the people, putting it in their account. And when these blip boards are being charged out of other people's accounts, bank accounts.
They're really, with blip, that's the thing. And that's why I feel the way I do about it. Because we are, people that know how this all works. and I know that all the subscribers don't all know. There should really be no middleman with something like this. And actually, I think it would take off a whole lot more if everyone was placing their own, because they would want it to be featured and they would want it to be seen and to be a part of it. Now, where you have just one person or a couple people, whatever. And I'm saying this is my true feelings, my true opinions, because I did this before, not because I don't like a certain person or whatever. That has I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is there should be no middleman with something as easy as BLIP, because BLIP is actually made so that you don't have to donate to someone. You
But
do
what
it
I'm
yourself. It's so easy and it's very easy to learn. You just go on there. It's like any app you would use. And so to say, and this is why I just want to say this, to say that someone is taking money into their bank account and they're so kind for taking money into their bank account. Well, no, the people giving are the kind people.
I understand that. I'm not saying the donators aren't kind for putting the money out. I'm saying
I know.
people are taking their time and they're taking their bank account and putting it on here. So with the money that people are giving them, and they're taking the chance of this coming out of their account and everything. What I'm saying is people eventually are going to say, you know what, screw it, I'm not going to do it anymore. And then where's Sebastian or Summers or any of these other children? Where are their pictures going to be? Not
Well,
on
that's why
billboards.
I feel like
That's what I'm trying to say.
right from the rip, it should be the people making their own accounts. I've never agreed with, and that's why I didn't do it. When Benny and I did this for summer, we did not take a dime from anyone. We had one account with both of our money in there. Everyone did their own BLIP account themselves. They placed their own billboard, and then they would send the location, and we will go live and put up where everybody's billboards were placed. And they really liked that. And what it did
Hold
was,
on, BBQ lady. I'm going to keep you muted because you got wind or
Oh.
something in the background. So give me a
All
second
right,
to let her
sorry.
finish. No, it's all right, baby.
what it did was it encouraged all the other people to make BLIP accounts themselves. There's absolutely no need for a middleman when it's available to everyone and they could just go on blip.com. You're going to cut out anyone calling you a scammer. You're going to cut out having to deduct taxes and all this bullshit. Having to show all these receipts, and then the people themselves are in control of it. Don't you want to be in control of your own money and where it goes? Yeah, for some people it might be easier, like the elderly who might not know how to do the BLIP or whatever. But if you cut people, I don't want to say, because I don't want to get in the way of whatever's going on here, but I personally, I'll say I don't agree with taking money for BLIP. I feel everybody should do their own. That way there's no mess. And although it's a beautiful thing, so I don't want to shut down what everyone's got going on. I just think the only way to prevent something like someone being called a scammer, especially with BLIP, is to do it, provide the information, give the link in the chat. We used to run blip.com in the chat the whole time. I would pin it and we would show people how to use it. And none of this riffraff ever occurred because everyone was able to place their own. That was all I was saying.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to say is somebody like me, I don't have enough time to screw around with Billboards. I don't have enough time to do that. I don't want, some days I may only have $20 to donate towards it. Some days I may have 50. I don't know. But I don't want to put up my own Billboards. So I like the fact that Duchess and Clue were doing this so that I can just donate and they're taking care of the problem for me. I don't have to do it myself. And that's what I'm trying to say is I like that. I am very happy with giving my money to Cluminati or Duchess to do this for me because I don't want to deal with it. And I appreciate that they're doing that. And what my point is eventually people are going to sit here and bitch about this. They're going to they're just going to say, forget it. I'm not going to do it for you guys anymore. And then all of a sudden, those 22 boards where Sebastian's face is being seen by millions of people are no longer going to be there. And that pisses me off because they're willing to do this. And I don't want to call them scammers or screw with them because I appreciate, and I'm sure Chris and Katie also appreciate that they're doing this for their boy. You know, that's what I'm trying to say.
Can I ask you a question, just a fair question? Because I want to just bring up a point. Now, you are not one of the people who questions Dutch or Clue, right? But there's
No.
people that are, correct? There's people that are questioning.
Yeah, there's people that are questioning. There's people that are making fucking videos on me because I said I was showing Clues receipts and they're not
Right.
fucking receipts. So
Right.
yeah, there's definitely people that are fucking being assholes about it.
All right. So
And that's what I'm trying to say. Stop
So-
being assholes about it so that people keep doing this. The
But
people that
you
are
know
being
what?
assholes aren't the people putting the money out.
So if
no,
you're not comfortable with somebody else doing it, or you're not comfortable with giving your money to somebody, you can also just go do it yourself. And here the Blip
Putting the
board is
money
running
out.
through the chat.
people
You-
donating. It's
you-
not the
yeah.
people running Blip. And that's a miscommunication, I feel. And I'm only saying that because of the people listening, and I don't want to have add fuel to the fire with what you just said, because it's the people giving to these creators that are kind enough to, like you said, use their bank account, run the Blip billboards. It takes a lot. It is a lot of work to run a Blip. Just me and one other person, it was a lot of work. So to run Blip billboards for hundreds of people sending money is a lot of responsibility. But you're one of the people who doesn't question. You're okay with sending your money, but there are people that aren't. And the only way to cut that out is not to have a middleman. The only successful way to do that is to never eat. No one could question anything when we ran them for summer, because we didn't take a dime from anyone. Everyone placed their own, and we went live almost every day for like a week to get it kickstarted. And we taught people how to use the that's how everyone found out about Blip. And people know how to place Blip, like Sunshine Girl. I don't know if she's in here listening. Sunshine Girl, she put one in Orlando. It was the biggest Blip billboard that there was. I forget exactly where in Orlando it was, but it stayed up for about a month. And let's see, there was Dana Keiko had put one up in Arizona, Nevada, I think even California. So everybody put their own, right? I put one in New York City, one in Boston. Benny put one in where was it? Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana. There was a whole bunch of them, but then with the whole community combined, everyone was kind of putting them in their own location. So when, say, like Queen Bee's got 1.7K watching, do you know how many Blip billboards could be in this country with Sebastian's face if everybody was placing their own? Whereas,
Sure.
people might be reluctant or whatever. Kelly Golightly, Benny, who cares? Benny is the reason everyone knows about Blip. So just know that. Okay?
But out of those 1,700 people, how many people are going to actually do it?
Will you be?
I'm
Because
not going to do it. I'm never going to do it, ever. You can
Well-
call me an asshole, but I'm never going to do it.
We
But
have
I
one-
don't mind putting my
one
money,
so
donating
far.
my money to somebody who will.
I don't
Right,
think
so far.
of
One
you.
so far. Should we do a poll? Who's gonna? Well, I put it in the chat. I put it in there. If you have any issues donating to somebody, here you go. If you have any issues donating to anyone, you can do it yourself. Here's the link. Bam. There you go.
Yeah, no, I just feel like I'm actually getting hate here for trying to be helpful. That's crazy, and I don't.
Yeah, well, no, and I don't think you're being. I don't think you're being hateful. I mean, I
No, and
appreciate stuff. I do. You know what I'm saying?
I don't
And
think so
trying to
either.
explain it. I think.
And
there's
I
one-
understand what you're saying, and I think it's a great idea. That's
Hold on,
why I
Shizu.
donate
think-
to it.
I think there's people in the chat that don't like you anyways, and they're using this as a way to, be
Pretty
shady.
much.
Well, I would encourage those.
Pretty much, because she's been really respectful and like actually brought up really good points, and it's
Yeah.
kind of unfortunate. And people do get defensive when they feel like their favorite creator is being questioned. Which, when you're crowdfunding, questions are going to happen as long as they are actual questions. And I feel like Tiffany is like putting out what she's presenting is very respectful. She's not sitting up here saying, well, Clue's done this and Clue's done that. She said she actually likes Clue.
I do.
Yeah, you said it
so-
twice now.
I just think that, I mean, there's two sides to this, where you have the lady that sat up here that she would never do a blip. And then I saw a bunch of people in the chat say they would never do a blip. Well, let me ask you, and I'm not saying this to you on panel because it's a reaction to me, right? It's a reaction to me. I know people don't like me. If they do or don't, I don't give a fuck. But this is the thing. You're going to spite Sebastian in the chat and say, I would never place a blip billboard. I would never place a blip. Well, how much do you care about him then if you would never place a blip billboard, all despite me on panel?
Well,
Makes
wait
sense.
a minute. Whoop, wait a minute. I'm not saying that to spite you.
No, I wasn't. I was talking to people in the chat that are all being.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, wait a minute, I'm not spiting you. And
No,
I'm just saying that I do care about Sebastian. He's not my kid. I don't know him. But I do care whether he's found or not. I do care whether Summer's found or not. And all these children. But what I'm saying is that I will never do a blip board because I just don't have the patience to do that stuff. I don't have the time. But I do have some money that I can donate towards the blip board. And I appreciate, and now people can do it on their own. That's great. I'll give them money to do it. But what I'm saying is I appreciate the creators who bring this to the forefront and say, hey, there's these blip boards. I'm going to put some up. You want to donate money to it?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying is I appreciate them for doing it. And I'm afraid that people that are bitching about this are going to cause them to not do it anymore, because I appreciate that they're taking the worry from me and doing it themselves, so that all I have to do is just send that little cash app of 20, 50, whatever I want to put into it.
Mhm.
And they're going to take care of it from there.
Well,
I appreciate that. That's all I'm trying to say.
But the other side of that is all of these people who are saying that this is a scam or whatever. You're not one of those people, but there's a bunch of people that are. And all I'm trying to explain is there is a way around that. And there's also a way, and I believe no matter how I feel about someone, if I like them, if I don't, whatever, there is a way to be transparent and show everything that has come in for Blip. It's not hard. It might take a couple hours, but when people are giving to you for the purpose of getting awareness out for Sebastian or any missing person, you do owe them to see the receipts of what has come into your Cash App, Venmo, whatever it might be. Okay. They do have a right to see that. Even the people that have not donated. And I see it all the time where people say, well, you didn't donate, so you don't get to see receipts. Q Carlock did that with Summer's Reward Fund. People were asking, did you get my donation? She wouldn't even answer them. Never mind the people that didn't donate. She wanted to know your full name, if you donated, whether or not she was going to show you receipts. Now, I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but this is just the trend. People are used to being scammed in this community. It has happened multiple times before, and they don't want to go through that. So I think that just personally, if it were me, and it's not, nor would I ever take money in because I know what happens, I would show my Cash App, and everything that says Blip would be shown. Whatever you do, if it's weekly, monthly, I guess maybe daily, even if that much is coming in. It's all about, if you're going to take on the responsibility, you do have a duty and an obligation to show full transparency so this doesn't happen. And then Queen is not being accused of scamming too because she's sharing Clue's video or whatever. Receipts are not what's going out. Full receipts and transparency is what's coming in and going out. All right. Whether people want to show their business or not is neither here nor there, because you're taking on the responsibility of collecting funds from the public, and it's just the right way to do it. So that's all I was saying.
I have a question. How did she collect on this? Did she just run her personal Cash App, or did she run a pool, or does anybody know?
Yeah, I sent money to Clue's Cash App.
Okay.
I think Queen
a few times.
Super chat, super chats also. So that's the thing. You would have to take each
thing, yeah,
and then take, say, AdSense is 35%. So your $100 is now $67.20, whatever it might.
And I'm glad you included taxes, because we're fucking, what is it, 1099s? We are like,
girl, listen,
we're independent.
They take AdSense. you got to fill out your form at the end of the year. You have to take your own taxes out.
Right.
Sign aside. You cannot just let the shit rack up. You'll be owing the IRS $10,000 fucking dollars
Right.
over billboards. Do you know what I mean? So definitely, yeah, I would say if people that are collecting for the BLIP billboards, make sure you're taking taxes out of that. And that goes along with the transparency as well. When you're telling people, okay, this person sent super chat, that's AdSense taken out and taxes. Then if you're doing Venmo or Cash App, which I think is the best way to go, not super chat, because you're going to lose a whole bunch of that. I think Cash App or Venmo, whatever, that way it's just taxes that have to come out of the person who's collecting, because their whole $100 or $50, $25, whatever it might be. Now take $1,000 donation. You got to take the taxes out of that as well. So yeah, it is like, this is all stuff that goes into collecting money. All right. And that's all. That's just and my opinion is straight all the way through. And Cappy, what I've seen and what I've observed over the years, I think probably for all the years, why I'm up here saying this, because I know people. So I guess I'm going to go, but my best advice is that full transparency is the only way to fix this problem. And I think that no matter who it is, my best friend or foe, it doesn't matter. What goes in and what goes out is the only way. It's just the only way, to do a seamless fundraising or collection for the BLIP billboards or whatever.
Well, Barbecue Lady's up here. She's the one who raised the $22,000.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Yeah, she's up here. So she raised $22K on her it was her and two other girls. Hold on, we have a Tammy back here too. I'm not sure who this is.
Nice. That's awesome.
Tammy, you're up here with us too. Barbecue Lady, okay, you're unmuted. Okay. Tammy, can you hear us? Tammy?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yep, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Hey, Tammy.
Hey,
How are you?
girl.
Okay, so Barbecue Lady, you have so you have already started your billboards and stuff, and I've seen one video that was already sent to me of one that you have put out so far.
Well, let me say full transparency. We raised $22,206. I've showed receipts for that. I will say that initially I was going to send initially our goal was just me and Tammy were going to donate $1,000 to Clue for the billboards.
Tammy that's up here.
I can't see who's up here. I think, yeah. Can I see her little thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Tammy.
Yeah, it's me.
You two were going to donate to Clue. You were going to do each $1,000, right? Is that what you're saying?
500 each. And what had happened was there was some TikTok bitches who were talking shit about us, and they said we weren't doing nothing. So I was on live, I was cooking, and I said, Tammy and I are going to donate to Clue's billboards. And then Crabtree come up and he said, I'll match your $1,000. And then in like 45 minutes, we had raised the first $5,146 or something like that. And it just kind of went from there. It was not expected. We did not set out to campaign or crowdfund for a single thing, but we have a good following of people who trust us, and they chose to reach out to our moderators and say, hey, where can we donate? This is what I want to send, blah, blah, blah. So it was very organized. Money was only collected by 3 individuals. All the receipts were shown. We updated as we got donations, and in 32 and a half hours, our total was $22,206. We've showed receipts of that money collected. Now, I'm not tech savvy. I wanted to send Clue all the money, not really thinking through like how difficult it actually might be to send that much money.
Right.
So Clue and Cletus basically said to us, listen, you should just make a BLIP account. It'll be easy. Put all the money in one account and it'll withdraw every day. So I'm not tech savvy. I don't know how to make a design. We had 105 billboards selected. I didn't know that each billboard was going to need its own sized, like, specific thing. We had a volunteer who was willing to go in and spend hours and hours of resizing and uploading to each specific billboard. Some of the billboards didn't actually go through. And when I emailed, by the way, I emailed BLIP 5 times and called them twice or 3 times. What we had found out was that some of the BLIP billboards, the owners of the billboards, don't actually allow non-commercial advertising. And I have an email that I put on my page that confirmed that that's what they responded. And then I rewrote them again and asked them to please tell me which billboards were denied because of that particular reason. And then they did reply with that. We've been out of town. I mean, I've been on a flight in and out. So, which we did not use any of the billboard money for my flight, just letting people know, like, I hate rumors. But so we basically, I mean, the billboards are ongoing. Every day there's money coming out every morning at between like 3 and 5 a.m. I get an email every morning, such and such was deducted. Our first week budget was $1,000
That was my
a
next
day.
question. Does it come out every week or how do
Every
you
day. Every
okay.
day.
And then you're posting
And
those on your TikToks?
yep. I actually just
Oh, wow.
posted one last night because some bitch decided to say that we didn't post receipts, which I've been
They're
making
doing it over here
receipts.
too with Clue. Like they said, they made a video on me and Cheesy because of the video of Cheesy's video that I just played
Yeah,
of her
listen.
doing the billboards.
In my opinion, I'm just sick and tired of people running their mouth. Like, we're doing the right thing. We're showing. If people choose not to acknowledge or do their homework or go look for the video, like, I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, call me. I'll send you a receipt. Hey, email me. It's too much work. There's already too much shit going on for me to be sitting on my phone all day. Like, I own a business. Every day I get on there and I do an analytic. I've posted where all the billboards are. I can't make that up. I've screen recorded right from BLIP Billboard. And it says our impressions. Let me pull this up real quick and I'll let Tammy talk for a second because I don't want to like be the only person talking. But I'm gonna pull this up and I'm gonna turn my camera on. So I don't want my camera really on me, but oh fuck, I can't do it. I forgot. All right, look.
No, she didn't take money without knowing what was going on. Hitman, let me see.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, give me one sec. She didn't take money without knowing what was going on. What she said was her and her friend Tammy were going to donate $500 each to Clue, who was running the billboards. Then another guy came up who's another content creator, Stephen Crabtree. He has a channel. So he came up as well and said, well, if you girls are going to donate, I will match that and donate 1,000 as well. So when they went to talk to Clue about sending her the money, she suggested that they open their own BLIP board and do their own. So then other people
this is
started
live
donating.
on my phone also. This is live on my phone. I know it's backwards, but oh no, it's not. Perfect. Well, let me put my name up here. We have 1.635 million impressions. We've currently spent $6,620.20, and we've had 94,014 blips. And I know, like, there was someone on TikTok saying, like, oh, it says last 7 days. That's an automatic, like, thing that's already on there.
Okay, so Clue should be able to do that with hers then, too.
Yeah, it's
So
whenever
what's
you
been put
log
in?
Yeah, when you log in, it says this right there.
All right, cool. All right, well, there you go. That should fucking take care of everything right there. Just show that piece, and that way people know what she's doing and what she hasn't.
Like, what we've spent so far, obviously, this is going to run through the day. So, like, at the end of the day, we're going to owe a balance, and that comes out of my account. So then tomorrow, this is going to be up to 7,000 some. And it adds up every single day. I can't make this up. It's literally, look, it's literally on my phone. Whatever, fuck it. There it is. It's on my phone. It's a website. Yeah, anyway,
I see.
You know, people are going to say what they want. Do I think that what the other person that came up here said was a great idea? Yes. People are going to say, oops. On the flip side, I am not a tech savvy person. I can't make a design that is in a PDF form. I don't know how to do that shit. Someone did it for us. Otherwise, we probably would have had to do a wire transfer to Clue because I would have been so stuck. You know what I mean? But our
Right.
intention was not like, hey guys, we're on here, we're gonna who's echoing? You know what I mean? But phew.
Tammy, you're echoing really bad. You're gonna have to either jump
No, she has
down or
to
pause your YouTube or something.
she has to pause her YouTube.
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah.
We didn't come on TikTok and say, hey guys, we're going to run a campaign right now. We're going to raise money for billboards, BLIP bill. We didn't do none of that shit. We did nothing of that. And when we were getting money, I had messaged Clue and was like, listen, we got some money raised for these billboards. You know, we want to put it to good use, blah, blah, blah. By the time 32 hours had come up, we had never imagined that it was even going to be like that. Ever. But I want to know how someone else is going to transfer $22,000 to somebody. Like a light switch.
And I think it's wonderful that you guys are doing that. And that's why I appreciate what Clue's doing. So I can just send my money to her and have her do it. Because me personally, yes, I care about all these children in the world, but I need to pay my bills and stuff. So I don't have thousands of dollars to throw up a billboard by myself. So
Right.
I appreciate that I can throw what I can afford to help these children out, and I can donate that to somebody such as you or Cluminati or Duchess or whoever's doing the BLIP board. And I appreciate that you guys are doing this so that I don't have to worry about it, right?
Yeah, and you said, like, it is, or whoever the girl was on here before, like, it is a lot of work. I mean, I already get 300 some messages about other stuff. And on top of it, it's like, where's this billboard? Well, BLIP billboard, like, there's a sign number for each billboard, but it doesn't tell you the address. You have to literally look at, you can make your account, you got to find the sign, you know, type in the sign number. And then if you're from that area, obviously you're going to know like what's around there. Like I can't go and say, hey, in Laverne, Tennessee, it's on, you know, blah, 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 whatever, 4 miles past this exit on the left-hand side by the McDonald's. I don't know none of that shit. So it does require some people, like, if you want to go see a sign for yourself, you're going to have to do some work on yourself. Like, get in there, create a free account, type in the sign number. All the sign numbers that we have posted are listed. All you got to do is push and pause the screen, and you can just write Tennessee 14567, and then you go into BLIP and you type that, and it literally shows you pictures of where the BLIP boards are actually at. All right, I'm kind of done. Go ahead, Tammy.
Can you hear us, Tammy?
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, and I don't know who the lady was. Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good. Yeah.
Okay.
Then you just cut off.
Okay, the lady that was up there before, I don't know who she was, don't have anything against her, but in theory, yeah, it may be a good idea for everybody to do their own BLIP boards with their own money, but in reality, that's not going to happen. People don't have time to go and make their own BLIP board account and put their money in there and get a picture and everything to post. I just don't see where that's not even an option for there to be hundreds and hundreds of billboards out there. I just don't see people doing that. It's easier for people to donate money and someone else do it. And as long as the person that you're donating to, like Clue and Barbecue, are showing their receipts, I just don't see where there's a problem and where this conversation keeps having to happen. And I understand people wanting to see receipts, but if receipts are being shown, then what is the problem?
Oh, well, we showed some receipts, and then we got set, and then we had a video made on us that that me and Cheesy didn't show the right receipts.
Some people are claiming that she's not showing what's coming in, and that was a point of contention. Like, she's not showing what's coming in comparison to what she's spending on the blips. That's what some people were saying.
I also want to say we haven't taken in a single dollar since our like live basically happened. And it's not that I don't think that people want to send it, but like I think there's so much drama now around it that, you know, we didn't say like, hey guys, let's add to it. I think we're utilizing the money for what was intended and what we said we were going to use the money for, since there was so much of it at once. So we're doing what we said. We're showing the receipts. You know, we have to go in and remove some billboards and have some like locations changed. But nobody on TikTok on our panel who donated, or in our group or in our community that donated, in multiple communities, nobody's sitting there saying, barbecue, I want to see a receipt every hour. Nobody's saying that shit. It's the people like Bullhorn Betty, you know, who are going on here, and that other girl, Jen, like she tried to say like, oh, I want to see receipts and then I'll apologize. You
Yep.
ain't gonna apologize. Like these people that haven't done a fucking thing but grift and are being exposed for grifting or being called out for, let me raise money for my attorney fees. But like those type of people that are doing those actions are the only ones fucking complaining.
Yep.
Exactly.
That's why I said, if you don't want to donate, that's fine. You don't have to. If you don't want to put it towards somebody else, that's fine. Go make your own.
Yeah, if you don't want to do it, don't bitch. It's like
Right.
people,
That's
I'm not
fine.
trying to
Just
make
go.
this political, but like if you don't go vote for a president, don't bitch.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The thing, if they don't want to donate, or they feel like somebody's being a scammer or whatever the fuck, then go do it yourself. You know, go make your own. There's the website. Here it is. Go take care of it. You know.
Well, that's why I made that video, because I donated, and what she was showing was good enough for me. She was showing that she was paying for billboards. I don't care how much she paid out for the billboards. I saw the billboards that were put up, that the money that I donated paid for that. It was good enough for me, you know?
Yeah, I just felt like it was some bullshit that we got fucking called out for showing receipts, and they said we didn't show receipts. You made the video, and that I, you know what I mean, when I showed it, that those are not receipts, because all it says, all it shows is her, getting the boards. But I think that's important to show, getting the boards. That's obviously you're showing where the money's being spent, what boards are being put up, how many boards are being put up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought that was pretty important. So
Right. And if somebody took the money that I donated, that's between them and their conscience, I guess, you know?
Well, I mean, like, even if it's like just like it's half of the receipts, right? It's the part where she's buying the board. It's still receipts. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like you guys were wrong. You get what I'm saying?
You're
Like,
damned if you do, you're damned if you
Yep,
don't.
that's exactly
you
right.
don't.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
you're
Well, like
right.
I said, okay, so just like Firefly said, okay, so the receipts came out, or okay, so Clue had said that Chris and Katie donated $1,000 towards the billboards, right? She came out, was transparent about it. They were transparent about it. Next thing you know, boom, all of a sudden, it's the rumor starts that she's being that. Of course, we know where it was started. That they paid her to, be on their side and run, basically run a narrative for her and for them or whatever, that kind of shit. They basically paid her $100 or $1,000 to work for them. That's not how that went. They gave her $1,000 towards the fucking billboards to keep their son's face out there. Had nothing else to do with anything else.
That part.
I don't believe Barbecue Lady is. I don't believe anybody else is. I don't think that Clue is. I don't think Truth is. I mean,
I
don't
have my own money. I own my own business. I don't need to lose my livelihood, my life, my house, my cars to misappropriate funds. Period.
Right. And that's all coming from the side that hasn't put a damn red cent out for
Yeah.
this boy, including the father. Okay.
I couldn't believe
I'm
there
not
was a
saying
fucking video made over your video, over me showing your video of receipts.
Right.
I was like, are you fucking serious? Okay, then whatever. What the fuck ever. Look, and I even showed the one, somebody sent me a video of Barbecue Lady. She's got like 8 of them up, right? So I showed that one too, and I'm sure there'll be a video about that those aren't receipts. I don't give a fuck. Those are good enough receipts for me. Let's see. Here's another one.
But it's like your legal fund too. We donate to your legal fund and we see that things are happening. You have a lawyer filing paperwork. That's good enough receipts for me.
Right. You see him going to court for me. You see, you know what I mean? Him handling things. His name's been on everything for the last 14 fucking months, but I still get called a liar. I mean, from people demanding receipts who didn't donate shit. It's just the same shit. Like it's you damned if you do, you damned if you don't. You know what I mean? It's fucking bullshit.
Well, I haven't heard I've heard like Tiffany was asking questions respectfully, but that's very rare. Usually it's, oh, she got mad. I asked questions. No, it's usually somebody saying nasty things like you're a scammer, you're fucked up, you're stealing from the community. Like those bitches I was just talking about earlier. They were like, oh, Queen got so defensive and mad. And all we were doing was asking questions. No,
not like we didn't just go to court the day before this, and the judge denied the motion of Betty wanting to know my fucking legal fund or my thing. Oh, your video is did you take your video down?
This is a very different situation though, but like the same thing happens though with the quote unquote questions, right?
Yeah. Same bullshit.
Yeah. Same bullshit, different situation.
All right, hold on. I'm going to play this video too real fast. Oh, this is...
Cute, baby.
Well, it's... Let me take the sound off of it.
You start rocking out to Metallica right there. That was pretty awesome.
Hey, I'm going to be on mute. I have a puppy that I'm delivering right now, so I need about 5 minutes. I'll be back, but I'll still be on mute.
Okay.
Like delivering as in birth? Aw.
No,
or as delivering.
Going to its Rufus is going to his forever home today. I'll be BRB.
Oh, okay. You do your thing. I'm gonna try to play this video real fast.
All right, I'm gonna jump down. I'll be back up in a little bit, Queen. I love you. Bye.
All right, I love you, baby. Bye.
Bye, Cappy.
All right, let's see.
Hey, I want to jump down too. I just want to say that we did
Sorry, Sorry, I didn't even know how to turn that off. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. It just popped up here when I hit share. I'm sorry about that. Is this part of your billboard as well, Tammy?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, we didn't get a chance to really hear you say much, but this is part of the billboard.
Yes, those are part of our billboards.
Right. And so
I just wanted to say, out of all the parents, so out of all the parents, Katie and Chris met us in person to thank us for what we were doing with the billboards. And I think that speaks volumes when Seth actually saw us yesterday and never even turned around, even to like mouth, thank y'all, we appreciate it. And I think that says volumes on who is actually thankful for things that are being done and who is not. That's just what I wanted to say.
Right. Chris and Katie have been thanking everybody every time they're on any kind of camera or anything. They're always saying thank you to everybody.
Yeah, you guys have done an amazing job. All of y'all, everybody yes. Put in, everybody, you know what I mean? Everybody that's donated, everybody that's, taken time to collect the money and stuff and get it going. And I mean, all of you guys have all done an awesome job. All right. We're moving on from the billboards. Moving on. We appreciate you, Tammy. Thank you for coming up. I don't want to take any more of your time. I know you guys are busy and stuff. I think she's got a delay. I'm not even sure what's going on. She's here and then she's gone. But anyhow. Oh. Duchess said, hold on. Tammy, Seth never thanked me either. Katie and Chris are very grateful.
Hey, yeah, I always hear Chris and Katie thanking people all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, they're very grateful. And I know that a lot of people, think that they just are awful. But they're very, very grateful. They want their, I know Katie and Chris both, but I know Katie
Right.
wants her little boy home, and I know Chris, wants him home as well, but Katie's his mom and I know she wants him home.
Right. And they haven't asked for one red cent from anybody.
No, they have not. No, they have not.
Right.
They have not came out and done any GoFundMes. They haven't done any of that. None of that.
Nope. They haven't used Sebastian as a money-making circus.
They're wanting barbecue. Can you clarify that you don't with Tony, please? That you what? Tootsie Fruity, whatever. Tootsie Fruity 6. Can you what do you mean by that you don't with Tony? Don't work with him or don't talk to him? What?
Yeah, I think everybody said that she was one of the 2 a.m. girls, wasn't she, or something? Somebody said.
Yeah, they keep saying that, but then that Chase girl came up, and then they said it was her and Cajun, and then Kayla Ray. They said look out for her. Okay, that barbecue don't work with Tony. I thought she clarified that the last time, though. And, to be honest, I thought Tiffany coming up and explaining the Billboards was really nice of her. She had a lot of experience with them because, like she said, her and Benny started them. So I thought that was really nice of her to come up and explain some of them, explain some things about them,
Right.
What's up, Voices? How are you today?
Good morning. How are you? How's
Good
my
morning. Good morning. Well, good afternoon, I should say.
Yeah, how's my mic? Is it bad today?
No, you're fine.
Sounds good.
Okay. Wow. What a crazy morning, huh?
Oh, yeah. But you know what, though? I'm glad to get it on the table. I could not believe a fucking video was made about me and Cheesy
Right.
over these fucking receipts that are not being called receipts that,
Well, and I felt bad because you're always under fire. And here I put up a link saying, here's some receipts for Clues for Clues Billboards. And I didn't explain what they were. I just said that they were receipts because to me they were, And then they make a video about you saying that they were receipts and they weren't. I was like, God damn it, I got her put under fire again. It was my fault.
Blame Queen Bee, damn it.
I think that if people want to have a problem with something, they're going to find a reason to have a problem with it.
Yes, dude, that's exactly what they're doing. And I'm like trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be open. Like I'm trying to see both sides here. Like I'm trying to understand why they feel the way they feel and not be too shitty about it because I've, you know what I'm saying? I've been under fire for bullshit too that I've, when you're telling the truth, you're telling the fucking truth. It is what it is, And so it just.
Right. And to me, her showing her spending the money was good enough for me,
Well, yeah, I mean, they're putting up all these Billboards and you're watching them do it,
Bigger picture for me was that Chris and Katie were okay with everything that had transpired, and they came to thank people for doing something.
Right.
And
they donated as well, Yep.
And that, for me, that was, it is what it is. I can like it, I cannot like it, but I'm not doing it, so.
Well, Seth's camp is just pissed off that they're not getting the money is what it is.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think that's why Betty keeps bringing the shit up every fucking day.
And that's my opinion.
Hold on. 2 firefighters mom member for 21 months. QB, I've donated hundreds to you and I don't even need a receipt. That's right. There's certain people that'll ask for them and certain people that'll be like, nope, they won't say shit. You know what I mean? Or people that'll donate or that won't donate will ask for receipts when they never donated a penny. So I understand. I get it. Cricket Day. She just lied saying overnight in a few hours. What do you mean? Who Cricket Day? Hold on. What magic words were said in 22 in a few hours? Well, I thought it was like the 3 of the girls doing it. They all 3 took in the donations. Tammy, Barbecue Lady, and another girl. I don't know I don't know her name, but
you know what it reminds me of, Queen? It reminds me of the night that you guys did the jelly jar, and then you gave
Oh
it.
fuck, because of Laura. Yeah, we did a jelly
Oh
jar.
God, yeah.
$500 to give it, and I gave Crude the 500, and then gave Grandma Sherry the other 500 because we did 1,000.
Yep.
Holy fuck! I paid for that for fucking months.
And that's essentially
no good deed goes unpunished. That's how I feel.
Yep. And this family doesn't seem one that you want to mess around with. So if they're well with it, they know their rights. In my opinion, I understand the need for transparency because we've seen so much go on, and I understand.
I get why people. That's why I said I tried to play devil's advocate and tried to see both sides. You know what I mean? I was already pissy because there was a video fucking made about me, defending Clue, and I got Savage over here saying I'm Clue's best friend and we're besties and we like lock fingers together and braid each other's hair and you know what I'm saying? We go skipping down the lovers lane together and shit. Like, oh, bitch, I don't know what the fuck you think this is, but goddamn. Then then Cheesy comes up and shows a video, and boom, next thing you know, here I am having this stupid ass video about me that I showed receipts that I didn't show. Like, what the fuck?
You can't win for losing.
No, no good deed goes unpunished, man. And then you got people calling Clue and barbecue ladies scammers. Bitch, what do you mean scammers? They just got all this fucking money and put up the fucking billboards that they bought. You see them. Those are receipts to me. Like I understand that people say, no, those are not receipts. Receipts are, from the start to the finish, what people donated to, what you spent. But I mean, does it really fucking matter? I mean, they're spending the money on the billboards. So I guess I don't know.
Well, when I made that video, I foreseen this coming, and that's why I made that video, thinking, okay, well, people who are gonna call Clue out for this, and she's newer to the YouTube scene, so I'm like, I'm gonna put this video out just so that if she's ever called out, I can just say, hey, go look at this video, And well, apparently it wasn't good enough.
No good deed, Cheesy. No good deed.
I tried to help. Sorry.
They said, fuck them receipts.
Those ain't receipts.
Firefly did $100 super chat, and she says, Betty and her Bush people, it's rich that you're begging your subs to pay for a lawyer after months of bashing Queen doing it due to your bullshit. You will never, ever have the community we have here. See you in October. I'm here for it. I know that's right, Firefly. She said, fuck this bullshit.
Right.
I mean, fuck, you look how much shit fucking Betty has talked, you guys. Look at all the bullshit she's fucking said.
It's maddening.
Karma's a bitch, or she'll bite you in the ass every time.
Oh, look at this fucking picture, y'all. Check them out. Don't those look like professionals right there?
Yeah, right.
That hat is about 2 sizes too small for his fat head.
What do you think about that hat?
Okay, number one, it's 2 sizes too small, and that's only a 5-gallon hat. He would need, for the size of his head, he would need a 25-gallon hat. That hat needs to be two more sizes out and up and around. It is not supposed to sit on his head like that. It is not supposed to make your head look like a tiny little thing at the top. It's not supposed to look like that. Sorry.
Looks like the head of a penis.
Well, the one on the right sure as hell does. It kind of looks like the thing that he showed us that night. Y'all know you were thinking it. I just said it.
And I thought tall guys are supposed to have big peckers.
Oh, fuck. Man, let me tell you, look at that. I just look at that picture and I'm like, oh my. My goodness. My goodness. All right, let's get back to it with the TerriLynn. We're going to start with TerriLynn. What in the fuck is this, TerriLynn? Look at this. Look at the bottom of that.
That is so bullshit.
Follow me on YouTube, TerriLynn. Look at the fucking bottom of that flyer. She's got that on her flyer.
Yes. It would
now,
be
how crazy is that?
In my opinion, it would be different if she were something like Aware or We Help the Missing, like an actual nonprofit that does that.
Yeah.
But by promoting yourself like that, we totally annihilated another creator in the beginning when she messed with the flyer.
Yeah. Yeah. So to have her put that fucking flyer like that with her name on the bottom of it.
Dolly got called out during, what was it, Cody
Yeah.
Bigsby? He put them
Dolly did it
flyers out
too.
with his name on it.
Dolly did it too. Yeah. Ain't that fucking nuts?
People objected when Cher had her name on the sign on Billy Joe's.
At Quinn Simons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And
then
Dolly and Betty
Dolly
had their
did theirs
name on them
too.
signs.
Yep.
Because remember, Betty was so butthurt about her taking the signs, and she's like, "That was my sign."
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it had her name on it.
You guys, we're getting ready to laugh our fucking asses off right now about TerriLynn. She starts crying and everything. Talking about the Bullhorn Betty story. Her and the Bullhorn
Shut
Betty
up.
story. Yes, I
No.
swear, yes. And she was on some psychic lady's channel doing it.
What? Oh, I can't wait. I can
Yes,
see
you
this.
guys haven't seen it yet. Okay, well, I'm glad y'all haven't seen it yet. Then I'm gonna show you something new.
No, girl, I've been watching.
I fell asleep. I couldn't watch her.
You
Okay.
guys, I didn't know what the hell. I was like, what is this? Yes. So anyway, she comes up on the screen and here, well, let me see. I don't know. I got the music playing. I don't know this lady, so I'm not sure, you know what I'm saying, if she'll strike me later for using her content. I don't know, but I doubt it. But I mean, you never really know, you know. So here she is. This is okay, so it says Sebastian Rogers, Back to the Beginning Live. Here we go. So TerriLynn was really upset about yesterday, about being called out, and you know what I'm saying, that she, okay, so Barbecue Lady Steven, and which is another thing I wanted to talk about. Barbecue Lady Steven and TerriLynn or whatever, we're doing flyers, like getting flyers and you know, giving flyers and stuff like that. And I guess Bullhorn Betty was fucking pissed when she seen TerriLynn was over there with Steven and Barbecue Lady. So apparently it turned into a big ass shit show, which Barbecue Lady will come back up and talk about it or tell us about it. But
Okay.
from that point on, she had a big ass blowout with fucking Betty, right? And we called that one. I said, wait till she's mad or wait till Betty gets mad. And then she's like, well, she didn't take a video of me when I came out of jail. She was there for me when I got out of jail. Blah, 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 blah.
Right. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they're already into it. And back it up, TerriLynn. She starts crying.
Kathy P has reviewed this psychic lady. She's a fucking nutter.
Oh God. Oh God. Okay. I don't know. I have never reviewed her. I don't know anything about her, but I know TerriLynn comes up and tells her all about herself, and then she goes on Brittany's.
Hey,
we're gonna watch both.
I have a question. Is anybody else having problems with chat? Because my chat has like completely stopped.
Yeah, it's like bouncing. It's kind of bouncing all over.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the hell's going on, to be honest.
Well, there was an update, so I'm wondering if we've got a glitch. So
well,
that's why
I couldn't. Probably was every single time we it does updates. We get it's like glitches out. I really wish they would fix that subscriber glitch when you subscribe and it unsubscribes you. That pisses me off.
I've got it happening to me currently. I can't stay subscribed and I've lost my gold crown. So I'm really pissed off. But I woke, that's why it took me so long to get up here, because like my computer restarted 4 times with this new update.
I don't know. I have no idea. You'll have to pop out and pop back in, because it's fine for some and it just says error sending messages. I don't know.
Yeah, close the chat out and come back in.
So it's like an update. I know people are tagging me like there's something I can do about it. I can't. I don't know. There's nothing I can do about it. I mean, I can shut it down and we can restart. I don't know.
No, I don't think it's that, Queen. I think that everybody just needs to close it out and come right back in. And I just didn't know if it had stopped, because like my chat just like had paused for like, and I'm always
mine stopped too on StreamYard.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
I have no idea. So it's like for everybody. It's not just me. Let me pop out and pop back in.
Okay, Katie K, try to go out and close chat and come back in and see what happens.
Okay, it's moving again over here.
Okay, Katie K had just said that it was frozen and it wasn't allowing her to send messages
It's
either.
not just my chat either. It's everybody's. So this is a YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just my chat. This is a YouTube thing. So
It's all the way across the platform. That's why I was asking.
yeah, I was gonna say everybody's having issues. No one can chat and anybody else's. I just went over to someone else that's live and they can't chat either. So it's not just
Hey,
us.
I'm gonna hop down. I'm sorry, I just got back in the car. It was longer than 5 minutes, but I appreciate you guys.
That's okay. I wanted to ask you real fast while you're still up
Yeah.
here. So yeah, we're talking about TerriLynn now. We done moved on to TerriLynn. With the TerriLynn issue with yesterday with you and Steven and stuff. What happened? Can you go over that real fast, or do you have time?
Let me charge my iPad. I'm at 4%. Hold on. Okay, so first of all, in a small nutshell, me and my community and Tammy, we went down to Hendersonville Monday and left last night, okay? In the process of that, I said we should probably, do a round of flyers because people are saying like, there's no flyers and people are getting flyers ripped down. So I said on my TikTok page, I was like, listen, if anybody wants to meet us at Memorial Park Monday at 5:00, we will go and split off in groups and hang up flyers. If you have flyers, if you have tape, whatever you want to bring, like, let's do this as a community effort. So I didn't know that TerriLynn was going to be there. And that whole thing was not planned by TerriLynn. I think that's a little rumor that she organized that shit. She didn't. Okay. So, and I'm not discrediting the work that she has done. If she has hung up flyers and search, whatever, that's neither here nor there. I didn't know that she was going to be there. Whatever. She was there. I seen her, after I was there for about 5 minutes. She came over. She was live. She's like, look at all these TikTokers. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, she was pissed.
Well, then I got a phone call from Chris Proudfoot. And it's no secret now, but, I've had some communication with him. Am I siding with him? Am I, one-sided? No, it was a simple communication of, hey, do you guys need any flyers? We heard that you guys were going to be going and passing out flyers. And Steven had forgot his flyers by accident. We were going to run past his house and grab them. But I said, if you want to bring them, that's great. And he said, please, no video recording. And I said, absolutely, out of respect. Duh, hello. So, he said, I'll be there in 10 minutes. I asked Stephen Crabtree, I said, listen, TerriLynn's streaming live on YouTube. Can you please go ask her to end the live that we have something happening, like going on? And I didn't want to say what was going on because she's streaming. So he went over, said, hey, we're fixing to have like something happen and we're just asking out of respect that, you turn your live off. She apparently said that she would do it or whatever. And apparently did not do that. She muted herself and continued to fucking stream. And Tammy and I had walked over to Tammy's car away from everybody.
Right.
Katie and Chris pulled up, handed us a stack of flyers, a bag of bracelets, and a stack of really big, like, posters, like 24 by 12 posters. I asked Katie, I'd never met her before. I had never talked to her before. In that moment, I just said, do you mind if I just give you a hug, one mother to another? And that's respectful. I mean, I gave Seth a hug. What's the fucking difference if I gave Katie one? And so Chris got out. He came around. He said, I just want to thank you guys for doing this. And then Katie got out, a couple people started coming over. Then TerriLynn came over, like she was kind of like there, and Chris extended his hand to TerriLynn, even though TerriLynn made that fucking video of recording or whatever. And he said, "I'm not one to hold grudges, and I just want to like let you know, like I'm moving forward." And he said, "Our family has known each other for 40 plus years." And, TerriLynn did try to give Katie a hug, and she did not want that.
Don't blame her. I mean, I don't blame her.
I don't either. I mean, she's sitting there saying vile shit about her husband and, recording people for clicks and views. Listen.
Hold on 1 second. The chat went out and there was a glitch across YouTube and everything went out. The chat stopped for everybody that was live. So it's fixed. It's back working. I can see everybody in the chat. I can see y'all. You know what I mean? So just let me know if you guys have any issues or somebody's blocked or something. Just shoot me a message. But I don't think it's a rogue mod. I just think YouTube had a glitch and we weren't the only ones. I got like 4 or 5 messages from other creators. So I think it was a YouTube thing. If you're still having trouble and you can't see the chat, I would close YouTube out and clear everything and then come back in. Sorry about that. Go ahead, baby.
No, you're good. So, I was really trying to like keep this on schedule of utilizing the time that everybody was going to donate of their own time to go out and hang up flyers. And respectfully, I get it. It was probably shocking for some of these people to come in person contact with Katie and Chris. I can understand that because it's been on a couple panels or, nothing. They haven't been out in public like that. Obviously they trusted enough to respect their privacy. TerriLynn was still fucking streaming. I didn't know that she was still streaming until later. So like we split off in groups. There was people local that, could tell us where, like, we're not from there. We want to utilize the time. So anyway, so we all split off and then we met up, for dinner, which was like later that evening. And all of us were there. There was a couple people that live in the area that didn't or weren't able to come on the flyering part, but have been in regular contact with me and Tammy through like the first time we went down and searched. And up until now, they're like, part of our community. And so we were all there gathering, just unwinding. This has been so stressful. Like, as a whole, this whole case has been a fuckery. And for one day, we were just trying to enjoy each other's company as what we were, whatever. So then TerriLynn and Casey walk in, her friend Casey, which I didn't realize who Casey was, and I still don't even know who some of the people were that were actually there. Let me be real. I know they follow us, but like, they probably never come up on the box. I don't really know who they are. They walked in. Am I going to be a total bitch to TerriLynn? No, I don't know her. I don't know her. I never met her before. She came up on my box a couple days ago and was basically saying about how Seth was being perverted towards her in the beginning of her searching. That's all I know. Anyway, I'm not going to be a bitch and tell somebody, no, you can't sit down and eat. Like, I'm not going to be like, get the fuck out of here. I'm not going to do that. She sat down at the end. She was drinking wine. There was a lot of people that were having beverages, and whatnot. Whatever. We're fucking grown-ass adults. It's not illegal to have a fucking drink with your friends. Well, we were there for probably about an hour. And we're waiting for our food. It's a large party. And TerriLynn walked down to the other end of the table by us, and she was like, I'm fucked up. Which, whatever. Someone said, her friend, I guess, said that she had a flask. She wants to say, oh, I only had 1 glass of wine. Whatever. So we were there. She was telling stories about Seth and being a pervert. She basically kind of went into detail. I went outside, had a Surgeon General, came back in. We all went to our seats. We got dinner. We're socializing. Did take a group photo at the end. Again, are we going to tell TerriLynn and Casey, no offense to Casey, because I don't really have any problems with her, but are we going to sit there and say, no, you can't be in the picture? Listen, whatever. Like, we're not going to be assholes.
Right. Right.
Now, we did say to the group, before TerriLynn got there, I said, listen, I'm like, when we're done here, there's a few of us that we have a meeting. Like, I just said it was a meeting, but it kind of was a meeting. It was somebody that lives down there that wanted to meet with us. No, it wasn't Katie or Chris. No, it wasn't anybody from the sheriff's office. No, it wasn't Rag Talks. Like, I feel like I have to say that because people like to spread rumors. But somebody that we met wanted to come hang out, that we were down there again. Like, we've created bonds with people and friendships. So we went to this other place and we were there for, half hour, 45 minutes or so to an hour. And TerriLynn and Casey walk in. We're like, we look, oh my gosh, like, I'm sure, like, if you could see the looks on our faces. And I looked at TerriLynn and I said, this is a private meeting. And she said, so? I don't remember what else happened, which is why I've downloaded my TikTok lives, and they're probably up on YouTube right now, but they're private for the moment. But they went outside, and we thought that they had left. So we continued what we're doing. Now, mind you, we were on live halfway through the restaurant, and we were live at our meeting place. Apparently, they said, the timeline's fucked up. If an hour after we all departed from dinner, you're finding us based on my live that you recognize where we're at, and you bring someone's flatbread pizza an hour after we all depart, to me that's kind of suspicious. Never brought any food in, also. Like, hey, did somebody leave their food there? Whatever. But they sat out in the parking lot the entire fucking time after they came in. And so...
That sounds like exactly what she's done during all of her searches. She searches parking lots.
So I went outside to have, I say smoke a cigarette, but I went outside to have a Surgeon General. And Tammy came outside with me. We were discussing the fact that when we went to this private meeting, two people that were going into one section, hanging out flyers, had brought up a picture that they had found at a Supercuts of TerriLynn's flyer with her fucking YouTube name at the bottom of it. Thankfully, they took a picture of it because we would have never been believed at this point. So we were talking about it, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Could you imagine if we had 300 flyers, and then I went around with like a little sticker and put a sticker at the bottom that says, follow me, barbecue lady on TikTok. Follow me, follow me, follow me. Could you imagine what people would say about me? And it's the same thing with TerriLynn. You put your fucking YouTube name at the bottom of an official flyer that you edited multiple times. And because when we went outside and I seen TerriLynn on the other side of Tammy's Range Rover, I'm like, is that TerriLynn? I walk over. She's like, you could have came to me as a woman. Now, mind you, I don't remember the exact verbiage, which is why I've downloaded the live, but I confronted her on live. And I said, TerriLynn, you shouldn't have your YouTube name at the bottom of the flyer. You shouldn't. She's like, well, you don't know what kind of messages I've got because of me having my YouTube down there. I don't care what kind of fucking messages that you've had because of that. I've got lots of messages too from people. If people want to message you, they're going to message you. You don't need to put your name at the bottom of a flyer promoting your fucking grifting page. So, oh no, I am correct. I don't need to, listen, I don't need to lie. Nikki was there, by the way. She was one of the two people that went into the business and found out that these people were like, we're not hanging up this flyer because it looks shady. And by the way, the neighboring, like, dry cleaner place right next door to the Supercuts, that guy said somebody was just here like 2 days ago, which would have placed that as Saturday, and tore down a flyer of Sebastian's. Which, I have the drop pin. I am going to call that place tomorrow and ask if they have video surveillance. I would love to fucking see who ripped the flyer down.
Me too.
So aside from all that, so like I went outside, she was trying to like, I was trying to have a good conversation with her. She was trying to turn it around like I wasn't being a woman because I shouldn't have done it on live. And I said, I just found out about the flyer. And so she kept trying to justify it. I had to walk the fuck away, and I walked back into the restaurant. And Emily and Nikki went out and tried to talk to her, and they were out there for a good while, 30 minutes or so. When they came in to talk to us about what conversation ensued, it is my understanding that TerriLynn had made references of trying to unalive herself, or that she had thought about unaliving herself. Nikki, I know Nikki's in the chat. She can speak the exact verbiage. Because like I said, this is secondhand. I was not outside, but I did hear it from the horse's mouth who heard it. There was just weird shit that she was saying, talking about she had Sebastian in her trunk, and then she's trying to turn it around that, oh no, she was talking about a stuffed animal. Like, she literally said she took Sebastian and put him in her trunk.
What the fuck?
What the hell?
Are you kidding me?
No.
The
I'm
fuck
not.
is... Oh my fucking God.
So from there, her friend, I guess, was like they got kind of like, a couple people went and talked to Casey. I was trying to talk to her. You know, we had gone back outside. We were trying to offer her an Uber. She was literally I know she was drunk in the restaurant because she was already trying to ask Casey, can you drive a stick shift? Because I can't drive. And I even offered, I said, listen, I know how to drive a stick shift if you absolutely need a ride. Like, I'll drive you, and I could have had somebody follow me and pick me up and take me back to the hotel. But Emily and Nikki literally said, we will pay for you to get an Uber. She's like, I'm fine. She wasn't fine. Okay? In Pennsylvania, in order to serve alcohol, you have to have what's called ramp certification. And it's like a 5-hour-long course where you can detect people that are under the influence of alcohol. Okay? She was under the influence of either just alcohol or in a combination of something else. I can't say that for certain, but she was definitely under the influence of alcohol. Nobody said about calling the cops on her. We really just didn't want anybody drinking and driving, which is why we walked. Like, we were actually like our hotel was right behind this place, so we didn't have to drive. But like, I'm against drunk driving. I'm against impaired driving, and I feel like she should have absolutely accepted that offer, but she refused. And then she got on there and lied and said that, you know.
What the fuck?
She got on that live last night with Brittany J. Dude,
Yep. I was getting ready to play. She got on the Psychics lives first. She got on there first and started her shit.
She
Then
lied
she
like
went on
16
Brittany.
times. She lied at
Oh
least
my
16 times.
Oh my God.
I really think that if anybody really knows TerriLynn, that and they're her friend and they really care about her well-being, because I feel like she's going to come off in denial because she got confronted and exposed. You get like, some people are just going to be defensive, but I really feel like she needs some like an intervention or some kind of like something.
Jesus word.
Yeah,
I knew something was off. Like, I just fucking knew. You can tell something's off, but we call her parking lot party anyways. But with the bullshit jeans she found and glasses that she found and saying that her tires were slashed and cut, that somebody was chasing after her and ripping her flyers down, I don't believe none of that. I don't believe any of that.
She did tell me that somebody was threatening her daughter. I think she said her daughter was like 18 or 19. But she said someone was threatening her daughter and someone was threatening to blow her house up. And her friend Casey literally said that she didn't even feel comfortable staying at her house. Make that make sense. Listen, I'm not here to bash TerriLynn, okay? And in that moment, like, I feel like what I said to her was coming from a good place. Nobody's discrediting her being out searching, hanging up flyers. However, if you're planting evidence and you're posting flyers with your YouTube, that's what I have a problem with.
Well, and I have a problem with her saying that she had Sebastian in her trunk. I mean, why the hell would you say
She
something
said
like
we
that?
misunderstood her with that. But when you're talking in circles and you're mumbling and you're saying things, you're responsible for what you say, whether you're under the influence or not. I'm sorry.
Right. Well, they always say when you're drinking that truth comes out, you know?
Well, in my world, drunkenness reveals what soberness conceals.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I had a call last night. So I had like 2.5 hour drive home after I got off my flight. And I had a call with someone who I'm not going to disclose, just someone that I talked to through TikTok and whatnot. But I actually had a call with them and I said, please confirm this with me. Like, the studies show, or whatever, it's known that people that are involved in crimes often revisit and insert themselves in things. And I'm not being accusatory by saying this. This is just an opinion or a thought. But what if she was involved in it?
Right.
She's known the Proudfoots for 40 years, according to Chris. We all heard it.
Well, and I know you're not friends with Jay, but she was putting on there that she said that TerriLynn was making videos about Sebastian and searching on like the 27th of February.
So
That's awfully quick.
Let me just clarify. Jay and I we had communications in the beginning. I think that there's been a misunderstanding that she thinks that we were like in Tony's, puppet master charades. And we were on Stephen Crabtree's live today, and she did reach out to me because I told her, I said, there's a misunderstanding and you're spreading lies. Like, she said that Bullhorn Betty was at dinner with us and all this stuff, and like, that's not true. Like, if people are going to talk, please know the truth.
Yeah.
Don't just come on and just say like a story of whatever. Like, everything that I'm saying actually fucking happened. You can choose to believe me or not. I don't have any reason to make up a lie about somebody. I'm not out here to go after people. I'm literally out here trying to do the right thing. We raised money for billboards. We put out flyers. We made use of our time down there, aside from just going to Bullhorn Betty's thing. I went there to see for my own firsthand recollection of what was really going on. Yeah, Bullhorn Betty did talk shit about me and my business. She said I was cooking in my house with cats on the counter. Everybody heard that shit on YouTube and TikTok. Yes, I did get a report called in with the exact verbiage that she said on her YouTube page, a complaint to the Department of Health. Yes, I did have the Department of Health in my house. Yes, I did have an inspection and I passed it with 100%. So, I'm sorry, but like, people going after people real life like that just because we have a difference of opinion, or talk differently or, whatever, that's bullshit.
Right.
Yes, TerriLynn knows the Proudfoots. Yes. Chris literally said it to her right in front of all of us. He said, I'm not one to hold a grudge. I'm going to move past that. Thank you for what you're doing. Shook her hand. You've known my family for 40 years. Actually, he said 40 plus years.
Okay, so does she also know Seth?
I think that somebody did say that, but I can't confirm that because I don't know who she knows. Another thing that was brought up was that the gentleman that was in some of the first like videos of the searches, he's a tall black guy that worked with Seth at the jail, that he's under investigation.
Oh, Jones?
Jones. Yes,
Yeah.
Jones.
He's under investigation for modification of maybe a time clock or something. I'm
Oh.
I don't want to say that exact verbiage, but something along those lines.
Oh.
When did that incident happen, allegedly?
I don't have that information, but I could ask somebody right now. Hold on, let me get my phone.
That's my question. I would like to know the date of the alleged time clock incident.
Hold on, I'm gonna call them. I don't know if she'll answer, but I might
No
have
worries.
to mute myself. But
No
I'm gonna find
worries.
out right now because I don't want to spread misinformation. Hold on, I'm gonna mute myself.
Well, that's very interesting because Seth and Jones were saying in JLR's video that they were like brothers or whatever. They were in the academy together and
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You know, I felt bad about the.
So I'm on the phone.
thing.
I don't have them on speaker, but the allegation is that he's under investigation for time clock modification.
Oof.
And when was this alleged
Oh,
modification?
shit.
Do you know when the alleged was? Do you know when that actually happened? Before Sebastian went missing.
Interesting.
Yeah, and he said I remember watching that one video and he was like, I'm here, Seth needs his friends. I work with Seth. He's a stand-up guy. Obviously I'm ad-libbing here. But he was like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna be out here every day with him.
Right.
And then poof, he's gone.
They acted like they were brothers or whatever, you know, bros.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna hang up with you. I'm going back to this YouTube. You're more than welcome to join. All right, toodaloo, bye. So yeah, that's and honestly, like being able to pick the phone up and call somebody is a blessing. To be able to connect with people instead of doing it on live and, you know,
Right.
all that stuff. Like I have no problem, I don't want to say like passing on my phone number, but like connecting with people that are willing to actually have a conversation offline versus doing it for views.
And I do agree with the person in chat that just said, I saw the comment scroll past really fast, that we can't accept, you know, just because it's a coworker doesn't mean that Seth can be
Right.
tarnished with those actions.
Right.
You know, Queen shouldn't be tarnished for anything I do or Cheesy does or any of that, but we all know how it works.
Right.
It's interesting to me because there was the other police, the other town that had the Davidson County that like their whole police force is gone now because they had an internal investigation and it was really bad. So I
No.
find
It wasn't Davidson County because that's the one Seth works for.
Okay, I'm sorry. So that's why that popped into my mind. But there was another
I can't remember the county name, but it wasn't
Right.
Davidson.
Thank you.
There was a nurse actually fired and is under investigation. I'm not sure which jail. It could be the same jail. Don't quote me. But she got fired for basically teaching other, like, I don't want to say jailers, but like I'll call them like a corrections officer because that's what we call them here, but how to bring in contraband.
Nice. Well, I know Truth has been talking about that he was asking questions about the whole contraband thing, but you know, he wasn't saying anybody did it, but he was asking about who's under investigation about bringing contraband in.
Millersville. Thank you, guys. Thank you, chat.
Millersville, there you go. Yeah, wasn't it Millersville and White House or something? Or yeah.
Thank you, Cheesy. Those are the names. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm still struggling with a headache, so.
Yeah, I remembered White House, but I couldn't remember the other name. Because White House is connected to Chris. That's the only reason why that one stood out to me. I think the school, ain't that the school that he went to or something? And Sebastian used to go to that school or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
someone did say that the nurse was fired from Davidson County.
Davidson County is the nurse. Millersville is the police force.
I don't know, like if you want to sit here and contemplate talking about different theories of what ifs and what if this happened or could this have happened, it's like, listen, there's corruption everywhere. There's
Right.
good cops and bad cops. You know, what if there was contraband being taken into the jail and,
Right.
you know, this was a whole like payback, or somebody was involved, or someone was like, hey, I'm gonna be at work, you take care of it, blah blah blah. Like, I mean, nobody knows anything.
No.
I haven't seen a video of Seth Rogers at work, I'll tell you that.
No. And that's what I've said before. Who knows if he was sitting there bullshitting because he worked in the middle of the night. Who knows if he was sitting there bullshitting with the criminals and telling them what an asshole his ex-wife was and how upset, how he tells us online how upset he is with her and what a bitch she is and this and that, you know, and how she ruined his life. And one of them took matters in their hands, you know, who knows? Or he pissed one of them off or whatever. We don't know.
Or, hey, I'll go get your son for you.
Right.
Where do you think your son is, Seth? Oh, I think he's in a room playing video games.
Right. We don't know any of that. I know I've thought that and I've tried to reel myself back into not thinking it, but my mind always keeps going back to that.
At the end of the day, Sebastian is missing.
Yep.
The billboards are getting his name out there, no matter who the creator is that is running the account or,
right,
you know, paying for that, or who's donating to it. The billboards are up and running. People are out flyering. People are spreading awareness in their states. They're, you know, people are printing flyers. People are sharing the Amber Alert on their social media. I mean,
the cops are doing the investigation.
I still sit here and wonder, how could Seth sit in court next to someone who harassed the mother of his child?
Right. None of us can understand that.
Kodo, Seth was definitely not involved in that. How do you know that, though? I'm not accusing any parent of anything.
Right.
I believe innocent until proven guilty. I'm not going to sit here and point the finger. But what I'm saying, though, is people that want to say, I know that he didn't do that. How do you know that? You have proof? You could solve this fucking case. Go claim your $50,000 reward.
Right. Well, I've never thought Chris and Katie were guilty ever. Once did I ever think that. But who knows? They could be. None of us know. You know, none of us know.
Exactly. How can you sit beside a woman who called your son defective?
Right. But like I've told people, me being wrong, if I'm wrong about Chris and Katie or whatever, me being wrong, I can say, whoops, I was wrong. But the things that Bullhorn Betty and some of these other creators have done to Chris and Katie that'll ruining their lives forever. Their life is, even if Sebastian comes home happy and healthy and he was well taken care of, their life is never going to be the same ever again. And because of what creators have done to them. And there is no apology in this world that can fix what they've done to these people's lives. But me saying I don't think that they're guilty, And if they end up being guilty, I can say I'm sorry, but if they end up being innocent, these people can't apologize for what they've done.
Black-haired chick 10. How are we spreading rumors? What rumors am I spreading? I'd like to know, what rumor have I spread?
Yeah, what she said about the person that she called, that's just hearsay. We're not saying it's fact.
I don't know, but back it up, TerriLynn. She sure has a hell of a lot to say.
I'm gonna
Right?
tell you. I'll tell you guys this too. You know, and I respect people's privacy. You know, there was a small handful of people that were invited to go out to lunch after the court hearing with Katie and Chris, and I sat directly to the left of Katie. And I will say that nobody ever said anything negative about Seth, but Katie did pull her phone out. Because I know a lot of people say, well, why aren't there a lot of pictures and da-da-da. Listen, I'm telling you right now, if all I had were photos of my kid, they would be something that I would hold close to me. It's not for everybody. Her
Right.
entire phone, I watched her scroll through her phone. Her entire phone is pictures of her and Sebastian, smiling photos, memories. I didn't see anything in there as transparent as I can say, with tears in her eyes. She loves her kid.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
She didn't speak in past tense about him. She said, Sebastian loves this. You know, like, she spoke as she's holding on to faith that, I don't want to say faith, she's holding on to hope.
Right.
You know,
That's how she
that
spoke to us, Barbecue. That is exactly
Mhm.
how she talked to us like he was in the next room.
Right.
nobody can sit there and say what you would do if your kid went missing. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what I would do. Nobody can predict the future, how they're going to act or behave. Like, I could be set off by something that, reflecting back, I would have never thought would trigger me, you know? Like, I'm just saying, like, people need to stop being so judgmental, stop taking sides, and just realize that there are people that don't have their son to hug every night.
Right.
And you got
And
all
none
these
of the
people
parents could,
talking shit about them.
and maybe none of the parents are guilty. It could be a complete stranger. We don't know.
I still think he's been lured out.
I'm just saying sometimes my thoughts go this way and then sometimes they come back, you know, and they go back and forth, but I still have no clue. I can't control where my thoughts go though.
I think the difference with that, Cheesy, is that you're not out here firing up live after live after live and having people come up and run conspiracy theories and all of that, right?
No.
It's one thing if you have conversations in private, but we have creators out here that just fire up lives and allow anybody to come up and run crazy things, right?
Right.
And then you've got this person, this TerriLynn person. Like, I'm excited to see this because Kathy P has reviewed the psychic on the left. She's a fucking shit show all in her own.
Oh, wait till you fucking hear these two. Wait till you fucking hear these two. Oh, my Lantis. Y'all ready for this?
Joining us. Say hi to TerriLynn, everybody.
Sorry.
She wants.
I don't know if Casey, she's here because, I mean, she was upset. I can't blame her, but it wasn't her fault. She didn't do this.
Casey, you're in the best group. We are all about love only here. If you do feel it, don't feel any pressure, but you're welcome to if you want to. So sorry to interrupt, TerriLynn. Keep going, hon.
Do you want to come over here? I literally thought that she watches the TikTokies. I'm not that into that stuff, right?
Which you might talk.
So she's talking about you. She's like that. She watches the TikTokies.
Talk about other creators right now, so we can take that one down. Okay, TerriLynn.
So I don't do the TikTok. So like that. Thank you, Regina, because I found that out myself. I had no idea. I had no clue, none. I thought it was a good thing to join hands. Everybody, like, come together as a group of people and pass out flyers. I offered them flyers. I did. I printed out extra flyers. Apparently, it was a whole setup.
Oh wow!
I did it was now.
She said it was a whole setup. Barbecue lady.
Girl.
Can you fucking believe this shit? A whole setup. I'm done.
That's lie number one.
You
I'm
want
going
to tell more about what you think?
Okay.
What were you
Hell, I mean, it's so much. I still have not computed this in my head. No.
So you're doing a flyer handout, which you went live for.
We all were.
I was on for part of it last night, and then I left.
All of us. I thought it was an amazing thing.
Yeah, and you were having fun, and then it shows up suddenly.
I did not. I thought I had enough flyers. I can go show all of them. I could show. I still have, because I thought I have flyers, and they had brought flyers with them.
And all they said was that somebody was coming with more flyers, and they would be there in about 15 minutes. They didn't tell us who it was. They didn't say anything. And I knew that they had been here earlier, like in the year, and they said that they had made contacts here. So, I mean, I didn't know who was bringing them. I never would have thought that it would have been Chris or Katie. And, I mean, and they got mad because she was live.
Which I had been live, and that was known. And I was sitting over in the garden where the pet, what is it called? Pet, like
the dog park.
Dog park. I was live, sitting on a bench. I was on a bench sitting when these other, whatever the hell was going on over there. I was sitting on there.
I was actually trying to help my daughter with homework over the phone.
What I heard last night after all, I'm just going to say what I heard after all of this shit last night. It's disgusting. To try to say that the D word, that I'm on a substance, get the hell out of here.
He said that to you?
These people.
Let me interrupt that. Let me interrupt that real quick.
Their TikTok. They came here with an agenda.
That wasn't what you thought it was.
Which, no, it wasn't. Hell no. If I can't have a glass of wine at a dinner, I don't. Is that against the law? I didn't think so. I didn't have a full bottle because I couldn't afford it anyways at a restaurant. Sorry, but can we sit here?
Yes.
Barbecue had something to say.
Oh, I didn't hear you, baby. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I forgot it already. But go ahead.
About the bottle of she was talking about
right? Wasn't she drink? Okay.
No, her second lie was that it was known that she was live, but the dog park is not where we were standing at. I don't even know where the dog park was in relation to where we were because I'm not from that area. But it wasn't known to everybody that TerriLynn was live. I didn't know she was live until she walked over and was like, "Look at all these TikTokers," and I stepped around kind of behind her and looked at her phone, and I seen she was on YouTube live, and I'm like, oh fuck. So that's lie number 2.
Damn, man.
Here, and can I say how drunk were you all? I could.
I mean,
y'all put things on my name that is so disgusting that y'all need to go seek mental health.
Oh fuck! You guys better go seek mental health. You guys better go seek mental health. let's see here. Let's go back because you put so much on her name. Is that what she's saying right now? Let me see.
Yeah,
I
sounds
bought
like
it
it.
because I couldn't afford it anyway.
All right, here we go.
The restaurant. Sorry, but
Who
could
gives
we
a
sit here and could I say how drunk were you all? I could.
I mean, they were
Y'all put things on my name that is so disgusting that y'all need to go seek mental health problem. That's what y'all need to do if that's the case.
But who works with TikTok? Who we know in this bunch?
Steven.
Tony, TikTok Tony,
Steven.
and Steven. Because
And I
That's
don't even
the
want to
third
say. I
lie.
don't even.
That's the third lie.
Because I really,
saying that we work with TikTok Tony. That's the third lie. We don't work with TikTok Tony.
Somebody came in the chat asking if you worked with TikTok Tony.
Nope.
Wow.
I don't know. I gotta come off this camera because I might cry. I really fucking trusted that dude. No, I did.
I warned you yesterday morning, honey.
I know. You weren't the only one.
Hold on one second.
I really thought a lot of him too.
Hold on one second.
I thought he was doing.
She's mad because when we went out and confronted her about making sure she would shut off her live, she lied and said that Steven never said that. And Steven was on my live and he came up in the box and he was like, Terry, don't lie. And that's what she got upset about. She was mad because she thought Steven was my brother. I treated him like my brother. Who else says stuff like that? Oh, Bill Bullhorn Betty's like my sister. Seth's like my brother. Who else says that?
Tony.
Exactly.
Doing good things. I thought he was. I mean, I thought he was in it for all the right reasons.
Well, and the reason that I was late was because I was talking to TerriLynn because I could tell she was upset, and I called her, and she said it has to be Steve because they gave Chris her.
I never gave that man my number, and I can show that.
He's the only one that had your phone number to give to Chris was Stephen Crabtree. He's the only one that had your phone number to give to Chris, and now Chris has your phone number. And you don't feel very safe about that right now.
I just wanted to move. I didn't know those people were coming. I wanted to move.
So basically, she's saying that Steven gave Chris her number.
I can't confirm that, but she's so afraid of Chris, but she shook his hand and gave him a hug.
Oh, here, hold on. Let me go back and let me listen to this again real quick.
Was Stephen Crabtree. He's the only one that had your phone number to give to Chris, and now Chris has your phone number.
Yeah, right there. She said Stephen Crabtree's the only one that had your phone number, and he's the only one that could have gave it to Chris.
And my number.
I mean, I can ask Crabtree. I'll text him right now. Hold on. Actually, I'll call him on live. Let's see if he answers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, come up. Tell him to come tap the link. Pop up.
Hold on, let me call him.
This is crazy as hell. Listen to her fucking ass. Right, crazy stuff, Captain Ganja.
In my opinion, she is acting this way because there's no pushback from TikTokers over here, right? The TikTokers aren't on YouTube.
Right.
So she can say whatever she wants to say until the TikTokers find a platform over here and they get to come talk.
And then, yeah.
So TikTokers, come talk.
Her lies are exposed.
I just sent him a text message. I know that his son is sick, so I don't want to be blowing up his phone, but people do have lives outside of this. Oh, he's calling me back. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, TerriLynn. Back it up, TerriLynn. Oh, parking lot party.
I got Crabtree on the phone. Hey, Crabtree.
Yo.
Did you give TerriLynn's phone number to Chris Proudfoot?
When would I have time to do that, first off?
We can't hear it.
Oh, here.
No, I did not. Are y'all on live?
Yeah, come up in the box.
What,
Queen Bee's live.
Okay.
All right, bye. He
There
said,
you
no,
go.
I did not, but he's going to come over real quick.
Have you ever been involved with Tony?
Me?
Yeah.
Fuck no. He
Okay.
he came on TikTok and he said that his goal was to put out the fires. He went on Chase and Ocean, his little 2 a.m. girls live, and he came on our panel one time. We asked him a couple questions, and within 10 hours, we had a phone call from somebody that was not Chris Proudfoot. I just like to say that because I feel like people are going to try to say that. We got a phone call saying that it was best for our own livelihoods to never allow Tony on our panels again. And the person that told us that, I trust 100%. And look at what happened. I would never, ever be involved with that motherfucker. With nothing, ever.
Okay. I didn't know, so that's why I just wanted to ask.
I know, I'm a little passionate about it because he's fucking shady.
Oh, yeah. He's trouble, man.
Hey, did you hear that? Have you heard of Chase? Have you seen Chase itching or scratching or anything? She was pretty close to Betty, and Betty has bed bugs.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Yeah, thank you,
Don't know
Cheesy.
that for sure.
We actually heard at dinner, before Betty got there, or I'm trying to think. No, not Betty. I'm sorry. Before TerriLynn got there, but somebody had told us that Betty had bed bugs at the Red Roof Inn at Goodlettsville.
I'm telling you.
What up, man?
What's up?
What's happening? What's happening?
I'm over here on a site. Sorry, it took me a second. I asked the stupidest question, man. I was like, "How do you get in on this?" And I seen the thing up top. I was like, "Oh, well, that would be
The
common sense."
StreamYard link. That's how you pin it. Now listen, when you get on yours and you see how it says invite at the bottom when you get on.
Yeah.
Okay, so you click that and it says then you hit copy and you can drop that link right here in your StreamYard little thing and push it, and then you got to go over to YouTube to pin it.
Oh shit. Oh,
That way
that's
you know
cool.
for when you do yours, okay? So when you want to, but then, well, listen, when you do that, you need to make sure you have a screen like this that you can throw up over here on the side, like one of these overlays.
Yeah.
An
You need to have one of
overlay.
these because you have to have one of these because somebody will come up and pee and drop you.
Got you.
Fuck your whole live up. Then you got to turn it off, and you know what I'm saying? That you know. So you just got to be ready for the bullshit at any time when you have an open link.
Okay, cool. Well,
Just
thank
so
you.
you know, I'm sure you know it's like TikTok. I'm sure it's probably the same way over there. I don't know how it works, but over there, but I know it's probably the same way. Anyhow, though,
TikTok's easy as shit.
this is what we were listening to TerriLynn. Listen to her real quick. She said that you were the only one that could have given Chris her number.
She said it has to be Steve because they gave Chris her
Somebody,
phone.
I never gave that man my number, and I can show that. That
He's
call.
the only
she's
one that
like
had your
crying.
phone number to give to Chris was Stephen Crabtree. He's the only one that had your phone number to give to Chris, and now Chris has your phone number. And you don't feel very safe about that right now.
I just wanted to move. I didn't know those people were coming. I wanted to move my car. I don't have anything bad to say, and I don't.
Harry, I know this sounds like a crazy.
So she said you gave Chris her phone number. You were the only one that had it. You were the only one that could have gave it to him. She don't feel safe right now, and she just wanted to get out of there.
They do realize I work for Verizon. I'll get my phone records. Don't worry about that. I'll end this real quick. I would never give out anybody's phone number without asking or consulting. Doesn't matter. Dude, that's the one thing I've never done without saying, "Hey, man, can I give you a number to this person?" You know what I mean?
Anybody that she gave her phone number to could have given it to someone else or him. You know what I mean? Or
how about the fact that
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Chris just said they've known each other for 40. Their families have known each other for 40 years. What if Chris went to somebody in his family that knows somebody that knows her in her family,
like Danny?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like,
I don't know. Well, I'm sorry, but nope, did not.
Lying a little bit. She said she lies to you like 9 times, but yeah.
Given that we've got a psychic medium here, shouldn't the psychic medium know who gave the phone number to whom?
Right.
I can't believe her interview here with this.
crazy idea. But if you want to come to Canada with me, you're welcome to come up here and drive and whatever. You're welcome to stay here. I got a 3-bedroom house myself. You're welcome to come up. We just need a break. This
No,
is
I'm good. No, honestly, I'm good. That right there though was effed up.
So what was Chris saying to you? Like, what is he?
There was nothing that he wasn't.
She's crying and shit, manufacturing like you gave that number out. It's just terrible. Oh my god.
Hey,
I find it hilarious.
So unsafe.
Chris, so she went to walk through. Now, she wasn't going to say anything to Chris. She was going straight to her car. And then Chris said, is that Terry? And I shook my head, yeah. And he said, okay. And now, mind you, I'm standing between, it's like me, Barbecue, Tammy. Terry's cutting in behind us. Chris was like, he's like, well, I kind of want to talk to her. And he's like, no, I promise you, it's nothing like that. He's like, I just want to put a name and face. Hey, say, hey. Dude was super polite to her. Super nice to her. Just said, hey, I just, want to introduce myself. Finally, it's nice to finally put a face with a name. That's exactly what he said. Never, no disrespect, no nothing.
But he also said, like, he don't hold a grudge, too.
Yeah, he did say that. He said, I ain't holding no grudge, man. He said, the man said several times, he's like, I could see, he's like, the thing is like, people's emotions are getting involved and stuff like that, man. He's like, look, he's like, at the end of the day, he's not going to sit there and be mad and waste his time on that, man. He's like, there's bigger problems at hand. Sebastian's missing. He's like, dude, and I'm telling you, super, super nice. I mean, he was just, hey, how are you? Putting people with, their names, like, okay, hey, this is who you are. This is who you are. Just literally introducing himself.
Didn't TerriLynn leak a call with Chris?
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, she did. That was a terrible, terrible thing she did.
She's fucking wild, dude. I don't know. I don't believe anything ever bullshit. I don't.
Right.
I don't know. She's fucking searching parking lots. She said she got her tires and shit slashed. You believe that?
She got her tires slashed? I've never seen it now. Because the question was, well, somebody asked me, I can't believe you let somebody key her car. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Who keyed whose car? Because I'm going to tell you right now, there was a group of people that were nowhere near her car. They were nowhere.
Nobody keyed her car.
I don't think anybody keyed her car. I don't think anybody slashed her fucking tires. I don't think any of that shit happened at all.
You notice every time she gets... Sorry, Queen.
Go ahead. No, it's all right. Go ahead.
You notice every time she gets caught up in something, she suddenly gets the victim, and then she has all these threats and harassment that start happening. Every time she's been caught in something, this is the game that she plays. Every time.
I just want the fucking proof. I said, fuck you. I'm saying it now. I'll tell you that right now. But I want the proof that you said that we were sitting at a table at dinner, mind you, and I said, fuck you, TerriLynn. And then 5 minutes later, go on to say I wasn't at the dinner. How fucking coincidental. Dude, man, I was on I was on the live with Barbecue. She had called me, I think, and then I jumped in the live, and I said, hey, look, I did ask you to turn that live off. You know I did. I walked up to you, said, hey, if you don't mind, please turn off the live. This is not what we're wanting to, like, the thing is like, even, let's just talk about if Chris hadn't showed up. There should have been no reason why we're on the live hanging posters, man. That's not what it was about. It wasn't about TikTok versus and meets YouTube and comes together like she said, because she stood right beside me and said that, and then was like, then he's my brother and blah blah blah. They say, well, look, and then she's like, oh, I better not say that too much. My real brother will get mad. And I'm like, and you'll see. I'm like, okay, and I nod and I smile. At the end of the day, man, I don't know what it is this woman is going through, but it has to be something that has fucking left an impression on her, that she is fabricating these fucking stories for these guilt trips, for the oh poor me bullshit. And I'm gonna tell you right now, man, I get everybody's like, oh well, she's been out here every day. So have I, man. And here's the other thing: I ain't never once discredited her or said anything up until now. This point, I'm saying something, dude. You lied about me multiple times. You've been calling. I called you out yesterday. Barbecue knows this because I got a text message and I'm like, hold the fuck up. I said, hey, Terry, I do got a question though. Why is it that they're saying that you work with Tony and Seth real close, and that you've been saying some shit? Well, no, that's not true. Everybody knows that. That's not true. I left Seth, and I'm like, I took up for her. I even took up for her with this person. I said, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I thought the last time that she ever talked to Seth, truthfully, was when we were at Red Robin. And I think it was a couple days after that they would stop talking because of the things that he would kept continuing to say about, let me sleep on your couch, let me eat the peach cobbler, whatever the fuck it was, man. Just saying some off-the-wall shit to her. I mean, in all honesty, I hope is it okay to say this? Or do I need to watch what I say?
Oh, you're doing okay.
Okay, all right, good. I was like, at the end of the day, I will say that, and I say that a lot. Just tell me to shut the fuck up. So she, if you want to be talking about sexual harassment, okay, buddy, she's been through it from Seth. She's openly talked about it the other night on TikTok Live, and then the other day she denied it. And I'm like, so again, it's always this back and forth. It's like,
Well, here's the thing though, is I just downloaded all my TikTok lives and I actually do have a recording of her with exactly what she said about Seth. So which is it, TerriLynn?
It's no cult, man. It's not. It's right versus wrong, and when you're doing dumb shit, damn, dude. At the end of the day, like, this is not a pity party. What are you scared of? You scared like, oh well, if I tell the truth, if I say something, then I'm gonna look like you. All right, can I say this right here? And I'm just be flat out. She has a following, right? And it is built off of that she does these searches and she does all this stuff, which is not. I'm not gonna knock her for that. Whatever, that's her niche. But is it because if she is thought to be in the neutral zone, right? Now, hear me what I'm saying, in the neutral zone, that people would stop following her and giving to her? Is that what the problem is? Is that what you're scared of? Because I don't understand. Why would you go to these extremes, man? I don't lie about me all you want. I don't, quite frankly, do not give 20 fucks what people think. I have put myself through more hell in 10 years. There is not nothing anybody's going to say to me that I haven't probably told myself that I'm a piece of shit, that I've done this. Look, man, I've came a long ass way, and I'll continue learning shit every day. And obviously, this is something I'm having to learn. Don't fucking trust everybody. Don't wear your heart on your sleeve. There are fucking snakes out there, and they will literally act as if they're your friend to your face. And what's even worse about all this is when you take it in concept, I never really even talked to her about the Sebastian stuff. And then somebody wanted to make a comment talking about, oh, well, you always asking where she was and something about the drone. Mind you, I did ask that. I was just trying to be a nice friend and say, hey, how are you? Where are you at today? Also, for the same sense of like, if you're in one area, I'm not going to come searching that area. I need to be on another area. Like, you're not on the lake. I've never seen you on the lake, but maybe twice. There's only one other time I offered her. I said, hey, I can teach you how to fly this drone. I'll let you borrow it. That's not a problem. It ain't hard to fly a drone. It's super easy. I could teach you and you can borrow it. No big deal. Again, trying to just be a decent person, but now I'm a cult leader and we set her up and oh, poor me. And I've kicked my toe into a fucking table and broke it. Now I have this. I mean, next thing you know, I'm on some other fucking story that doesn't matter because we're going down a path of unknown with her. I mean, really, it's crazy how flip-flopping this is. Anyways, I'll shut up and let y'all get back to it. My rants keep going on right now, and I got to shut up.
You don't need to shut up. But she's the one that also worked with Seth to record Chris on that phone call for Nina, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep.
Yeah.
I guess
she's
if
a
you have logic and you think for yourself, you're a bad person.
right.
Well, I mean, it shows that you're in it for the right reasons, and people that aren't in it for the right reasons don't like it when you start highlighting their actions and asking questions, in my opinion.
They said, what happened at the Red Robin? What happened with all that with Jaden and his girlfriend and Seth and all that?
Oh, man. So, Terry, mind you, Terry has the whole Red Robin conversation recorded. You know, we want to talk about real shit. Let's talk about real shit. That's what she told me the other day. I'm trying to get it enhanced so you can really hear what's being said. Okay. I was like, if it's really bad and you can hear it, then just put it out. I was like, I mean, people can enhance shit on their own.
Here's the thing though. Why is she secretly fucking recording people?
I don't know. I have no idea.
It's
Because
weird as
yesterday,
fuck.
the day before yesterday, or at this thing, and I'm not going to call it an event. It's not what it was, man. It was just, hey, we're going to put, some posters up and stuff. It's not nothing like that. But at the end of the day, she was sitting there, and she said, hey, I want to show you this. And she's talking about the recording. And mind you, I just kind of ignored it and walked over to the other side. I and then made the also statement, I know where Sebastian's at. Like, okay, what do you mean by that? Like, and she was talking about searching, like, I guess there's a predominant area that she feels like that he's in. And I didn't even talk to her about that, man. Again, I've kind of just queued off my own shit. Because to be quite frank, I'm not dumb. I can read people. I just have I'm gullible when it comes to trusting everybody or just trying to give people.
So what you're saying is she's made statements, which whatever, collectively.
Yeah.
She knows where Sebastian is, and she said she put Sebastian in her trunk.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to unmute and say. I'm like, what?
But she says she's talking about that stuffed animal. So again, it don't make sense. I can't make it make sense. It like even when she says I was talking about the stuffed animal. Okay, what does this stuffed animal Sebastian have anything to do with the reality behind a boy's name that he's currently missing and his name being Sebastian? And that is what we're all part of. The other thing I'll say is like, look, I get it. People's, they're going to say what they will at the end of it doesn't matter. What I will say is she knows who Seth is. She's on a live explaining it. She's also, I mean, dude, Seth is not a good person. And somebody had asked you, said Queen, about what was said right there at the table. And I won't say the person's name, the son and whatever like that. I don't like getting involved with that stuff. But what I will say is some of the things that was said to that young woman was by far make you crawl under the table. And then there was other things that Seth said that was funny as fuck. But when you talk about SA stuff, it's like he was so quick with it, man. Like her straw and stuff like that, and it sprayed on her mouth or whatever. He's like, "Oh, I got something you can get on your face." And I mean, just really quick. And he's always been like that, man. He is quick. It doesn't man or woman. It doesn't matter. Let me say that. If you do something that he can make a perverted joke with, he is fucking quick with it, dude. He don't.
That comes natural to people too. Like
well, I'm just saying it's not just females. So I wanted to make that clear. He does it not only to female, he does it to both people.
So I have buddies that are like that. It doesn't excuse them, but they're just they're just gross. And anything that can be made into a sexual innuendo, they will make it into that. Now, does that excuse him? No. But there are people out there that think that it's kind of like, farts are funny, right? It doesn't make it right. Not by any means.
But if your son is missing, I'm sorry, like I feel like you can turn that shit off. Like I have a foul mouth, but when I go to my dad's house, you won't hear me swear.
Yeah. My granddad beat that. My boy, I had my mouth wrapped around me.
Right. I can be as perverted as the next person, but read a room.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, man. I mean, given we were there for the what we're there for, his son and stuff, but then again, he could. There's a part of me that does maybe think that maybe it's his way of disassociating with what's going on. I don't know, man. Like, all I know is, like, what he said was wrong. And honestly, I wasn't even going to talk about the shit until it became apparent that I'm tired of getting attacked, man. You want shit to come out in the open, dude, then fine. But it's just ridiculous that it's gotten to this point. And now you've got Terry. Dude, I just wish I would have fucking listened, because I've tried my hardest to be friends with everybody. At the end of the day, you can't do that. You just can't. There
No.
is.
He said stuff to Tammy when we went down there. We didn't even know him from a hole in the wall.
Yeah, man. He's and like anybody that knows Tammy, man. She is a true Southern belle. Like, she's Alabama. Like, you ever met a Southern person? Like, you think of, like, what do they call those people? Barbecue.
Listen, she was Miss Alabama.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah,
Like,
there you go. That's what I was trying to say. Like, she's always dressed up. She's high class, man. It's like she's a just she takes care of herself, man. She don't do no dumb shit. Like, so I could only imagine, like, him saying something like that to her. It wouldn't.
right. You don't say stuff to people that you just met either. You don't know how they're gonna take
I don't
it.
know why they have a GPS halfway up a tower. My fat ass ain't trying to climb that right now. I'm out of shape. So
Listen, I think that she probably has nothing to do with this, but I believe that she's got her own mental instabilities, and she's got herself wrapped up into something, and she's figured out that as long as she keeps this bullshit going, it keeps the dollars flowing, meaning, and the clicks and the views coming in, which keeps the revenue generated.
listen, I mean this in the most respectful way, because I do know that there are content creators that this is their source of income.
yeah,
This ain't my source of income.
mine neither. Queen, I still got $600 that does belong to Sebastian. And the only thing Seth had told me, remember when we talked about it, I said, hey, man, I made $600 off of a video from Sebastian. How that video did that, I do not know, but it did. And I said, I will tell you what, man, you tell me your 501. And I don't know if he even has this 501. Is it open yet? Does anybody even know?
Mm-mm.
I'm sorry, what?
His 501c, Seth's 501c for Sebastian. Does anybody know is it even around?
Never heard of it.
We've never heard of that. That's last time we checked, no.
So he said he was starting a 501c non-C or 501c nonprofit, and they were going to be animals and stuff.
501c3.
501c3, yeah.
501c3.
Yeah, sorry guys.
That's okay.
It's learning.
Do what?
So what did you say he was starting a 501c3 about?
For Sebastian, and he was gonna have like so. What it was going to be was like a little farm with animals and stuff, where they take in animals and he's gonna kids that have autism and sensory issues, and people that are kind of like Sebastian. They could come there and pet these animals and spend time with them.
Oh my God, another grift.
I thought everybody knew that. No shit. I really did.
No, listen, we've heard rumors, Stephen. We have heard rumors about a nonprofit, about, Tony wanting like a contract. We have totally heard rumors about this.
Yeah, somebody asked me about the contract stuff, and I can tell you, I personally have never signed one. It was asked to Randy and them, and for what I'm sorry, I keep getting phone calls. Can y'all still hear
Steven, where did Sean say that at? Steven, can you hear me?
Yeah, I wish people.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to get another phone. Is what's gonna have to happen.
Hey, or you put it on do not disturb? You put it on do not disturb.
Get an iPad.
Hey, where did Seth say that to you at, Steven?
About the 501?
Yes.
We were standing out there at Red Robin, and he talked about it up there at the about to say giveaway, the vigil up there at Beach when we were out there. Because I remember, so Pappy was with me, and I tried to walk off from the situation. Like, I just got done filming and doing the drone shots, and I was walking across the parking lot. Now, mind you, Tony's like, Steven,
Running after him.
Yeah. And he's like, man, you're not going to come up and say anything? I was like, nah, man, I just had to plan on getting out of here. And I was like, but yo, what's up? And that's how I ended up at the dinner. I was like, I guess I'll come. Mind you, Pascal got the fuck out of Dodge.
Hey, can you also will you also clarify too? Because Tony tried to say he bought everybody's dinner that day.
No,
Who
he
paid
didn't.
for the dinner at Red Robin?
Me. Me.
Is that the one we call the Godfather dinner, you guys? Tony said that the reason Pascal left was because there was paparazzi there and people were putting cameras in his face. That is why Tony said.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Now, there was one person that kept putting a camera in Pascal's face, which was very rude. But other than that,
Who was it?
I'm not going to give them out like that because they're actually a really sweet person, man. They've been super, like, I really think they were just recording, and Pascal was a shock to them in the way they went about it was just not a healthy way.
They were like starstruck.
Yes, and I truly mean that, man. If you knew this, I'll tell you, and I'll tell y'all offline. You know what I'm saying? I would never want to put her out there because she is a super solid person, man. And she stepped away from the Tony bullcrap and all that. Like, she's not like a content creator. She's just a person that just kind of likes to report news morally. But so the truth about Pascal, no, man, Pascal came in. So he said, I'll come up there for a little bit. And at first he was going to eat. And then when he got there, Pascal come in and said, hey, man, no, I got to run, man. I got a long drive. I got to get back to the house. And so he come in, shook everybody's hand at Red Robin, said, all right, man, y'all take it easy. And that was it. Pascal left. He got out of there in a hurry. And I mean, to his defense, he had a long-ass drive back. But it wasn't no paparazzi. There wasn't nothing like that. I can tell you right now. I have the whole recording of, I mean, my drone was up in the air, dude. So at the end of the day, man, I wish I could stop saying that. I'm going to punch myself in the face. If I could drop $1 every time I said that word, I think I'd be rich, guys.
Hey, Steven, can I ask another question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know anything about the $12,000 for the mortgage payments or the property taxes?
I will be straight honest with you. I've heard about this. I just don't know if it's legit. You know what I mean? I'd hate to say something I don't even have any clue about.
TerriLynn told us at dinner that was true.
Well,
I got 15 witnesses.
So what's the statement? The overall statement?
She said that Michaela, she called her something. She called her a name. Man, is Nikki still in here? She called her something. But she was like, yeah, Michaela, she's still married. She's got like all these men. She kept calling her like a whore bag, basically.
Yeah.
But I said, did she really pay that? She said, yes, she did. Yes, he did. Yeah, Nikki's in here. What did she call her? She had like a made up name for her. Wrecked Rhonda. That's it. Yep.
Hold on, Amber's in the back here, or whatever it was.
I know. I've seen the messages.
She's going the fuck off back here. Well, she's not back here anymore, but she was.
She's
Yeah, there's a whole lot of shit back here. What the hell?
Yeah, she called her wrecked Rhonda. And I
wrecked
was
it,
like, who
Rhonda.
the
Yep.
fuck is I'm like, who the fuck is Rhonda? She's like, Michaela. She said, oh yeah, she went and picked up T Rev in the middle of the night, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Amber's
Don't
pretty
know.
cool.
How does
Amber,
she
what's
know?
up? Can you hear us?
I
Hey,
can, yeah.
What's up?
okay. Sorry. I was driving at the time and then I had the time to pull over. But yeah, I just wanted to clear up because has everyone heard her say that she's led these kind of searches before?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, there's another creator. I wrote it backstage, so y'all know who. That is saying that she has never said that. I specifically heard BHB say that, she was going to lead this search, make sure you check in, make sure you give her a head count before you leave. She knows how these things go. But yeah, she's not a victim's advocate whatsoever. She tortured another content creator who was savagely kept hostage and for days and had to go to court. The guy is on death row right now, um, for other things, whatever. But she literally read verbatim court papers up until the case was sealed to torture this other content creator about what the guy did to her for days while she could not escape. So this woman is a complete fabricated lie monstrosity of a beast. I don't like her. She's fake. She's phony. Everything going back to the time she was ever on the news about her daughter's car wreck, she reads like a freaking perpetual victim. There's a news, I don't know if y'all seen it, where she was doing a news interview because her daughter was in a wreck. It's the same tone. I'm a victim. I'm this. I'm so ditzy. I call everything, stupid. She just, she acts stupid because she thinks it's cute. And she did, she worked for a PI. I don't think she was a PI, but she did. In the 90-day community, she was the one. While she was working for the PI, she lost her job because so many people got doxxed because it's her using her resources. And all of this staying up hours and hours on end, she's always done it. We don't know why. She claims she has insomnia. We also had another lady that went to her house. She was like just everywhere, all over the place. She's not right in the head. She's just not right in the head. So I just wanted to clear up the fact that yes, she did say that she has done these searches before, and to say that because the other content creator that I wrote in the back is coming after Jay, she's coming after Granny, she's coming after anyone who's doing any kind of bashing, including you, Queen Bee. She's been trying to come after you with the Savage stuff, but she's trying to get drama started. And so now she's hooked her sights into anyone who's bashing TerriLynn. So keep your eyes open, and that's all I was trying to say because this is fake. She's all fake. She's just fake. And when
I'm not being a victim here, I promise. But
I don't know.
holy shit was I dumbass.
I don't know. I mean, no, she plays a good game. She really does. She plays an excellent game. But like there's been people that have been to her house. There's other interviews and stuff like that way before any of this transpired. She is a complete and utter fake at everything she says, everything she does. I do think she's on stuff. That's just my opinion. I do think you're on stuff, Terry Lynn. I told you a million times I do. You know, I don't care if somebody's, getting electric shock therapy or whatever for 24 hours straight. There's no way in hell somebody can stay up for 3 days straight unless they're, sniffing a little something, something. So, it is what it is. So, but yeah, I just for the whole community that's out there that are, she built her channel off of this, period. Her channel was going nowhere. And had it not been for this, she would have never, nobody would have known
Hey, can I
for
ask a
Ken was
question to you ladies? And it's something that she says a lot that I've never understood. What does crowdfunding mean?
crowdsourcing.
Crowdsourcing. Is that what she says? Whatever it is? Yeah,
That's
what
what
is
she
that?
says. Yeah.
Uh,
Hell if I know.
Okay,
That's what
crowdsourcing.
that's what we did on TikTok when the
For
billboard
the
money was being raised.
Yes, just like what they did for the blip boards. That's crowdsourcing. You have a goal, you need funds, you take it to a crowd. Everybody that's in the crowd tosses money and helps you get to your end goal.
Okay.
Yep. So I don't know. I mean, there's just been a lot of stuff. I know that some of this end, I've heard that people have started getting text messages and threats and all that kind of stuff. That's exactly what happened in the 90-day community.
Oh, I've already been
Email,
threatened. I've already
there you go.
I've gotten messages on.
Personal stuff, like the personal stuff that you like normally don't even talk about, like your mother, your grandmother, your dog, your cat.
Your
Shit, I'm an
childhood
open book.
trauma.
Yes, that type of stuff is what was happening when she was in the 90-day community. So therefore, who's the common denominator? You, TerriLynn.
Hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. Everybody, if you start getting messages, if you start getting emails, blow it off or just go after her
I
because
got
that's
I
who it
got
is.
I got a message earlier talking about, or what was in the comments. I don't know if y'all saw that, talking about now you're trying to say she wants a piece of you. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. No, I did not. I didn't
Yeah.
say that shit.
And no, beet juice. I do not do that real life stuff. I do not text people. I do not. Have I doxed people? Hell yeah. Have they come after me first? Yep, sure have. I've never denied that. But at the same time, I'm not going to text somebody some real life nasty stuff talking about go kiss your dying grandmother on their crusty lips before she takes her last breath. That's the
Wow.
type of shit I was getting. So
And then
if
she
This
you
is
gets
why
start
mad
some
that
getting,
of us
people
try to
say.
stay anonymous.
yeah,
So let
Queen
me
so
Bee.
get this straight. So she got mad because people targeted her, but yet she's been targeting people.
oh, she does. Yeah, she's. This has been going on. I've known her for 4 years. I've
Oh, I'm
known
sure it's going to
of her.
happen because she made that statement last night. Barbecue would tell you this, and he just
Yeah,
better keep my name out of his mouth or he'll see. And then people's like in the comments, well, what's he drive? Hey, buddy, I drive a red Ford. Come at me. We're in the
yeah.
good old state of Tennessee.
She's a joke. She is a complete joke, and I'm so glad that y'all are on to her because I've been sitting here watching, and and I noticed Siwa was. Is Jay still up here? I don't even know, but Siwa was in Jay's chat last night, and she was trying to, get the attention because she was the one that TerriLynn went after relentlessly with court documents and paperwork and reading. I mean, her trauma, like to the point where Siwa was at the point where she literally wanted to unalive herself. It was, and I listen. Me and Siwa have not gotten along the whole time either, but Terry
That's
Lynn went
messed
after
up,
her to
man.
a whole new level. Like sent the man in jail breast shots to get his attention. The man on death row sent him pictures of her breast to get his attention, to get him to write her back so that she could torture Siwa some more online.
Wow. Hey, Queen
This
Bee, I gotta
woman.
jump down because my battery's almost dead on my iPad.
All
But
right,
if you got my email, and if you need anything, you can reach out to me.
for sure, for sure. Thank you
Bobby.
for coming in.
Yeah, I'm about to put this GPS on, but if you're definitely on, like, I don't know, like if you're on off, like I don't know your schedule, but I definitely, like I said, man, if anybody, I'll talk to anybody, dude. At the end of the day, I'm sorry that everybody's having to deal with this shit. It is not what it was said it was. That's all I can say.
Kathy P just came in the chat and said the truth is being spoken about TerriLynn.
Yep.
I did a deep dive and reviewed her shit.
Thank you. There you go. My job here is done. That's all,
Awesome,
like
awesome.
seriously, it needs to be. And even Nana above, she said she remembers when Terry Lynn sent her breast to the guy on death row.
Well, here's
This
the
is not a
thing.
joke.
She would have sent them, but they didn't actually get into him because
No,
that's
she
just
didn't. Yeah.
Right,
You
but
know,
they screen the mail going in, and if
right.
they're not allowed to have images like that.
Correct. Yeah. But, you know, she literally admitted, she admitted on a live stream that that's what she did. And, you know, and of course, you know, the content creator called the jail. You know, she's on the, you know, like she's supposed to get updates on anything, whether he moves facilities or not. He's on death row. Um, but she contacted the jail, and yes, people have been trying to contact him. So all of this, like, I mean, TerriLynn, you need to stop. Like, this innocent act is like so played out. I'm not even funny. It's like, I don't know. I'm just glad that people are doing their deep dive and just stop giving this heifer her money for
And
real.
just do what she normally does.
Yeah, just
Like,
drive
do
around,
just
sit in parking lots, and sit up all night because that's what you're good at.
no. So I got this whole new thing I'm fixing to start doing because thankfully I had a conversation with somebody that knows, you know, that's what I do out like and try to search and stuff. And they gave me like a really good idea because I think doing live searches are ridiculous. I've always said that I don't agree with it. I always gave the benefit of the doubt, you know, to Terry of being like, you know, maybe it's because she's a female. I don't, you know, I kind of understand. But at the end of the day, it's not something I go, like, I'm not out. Now, I may take a break, you know what I'm saying? If I'm searching and show people around kind of what I'm looking at and stuff, you know, just while I'm out there. And but it's never something I'm like, oh, look at this. How can you pay attention? That's the other problem I have. But again, my ADHD would have me all fucked up trying to search and be
Mm-hmm.
on my phone.
Yep.
I don't know, but I've got a pretty good I've got a pretty good idea with the help of somebody, and I think that it will go really good, and we could get more people actively involved with searching. You know, maybe like little small meetups or whatever. But again, it would get people actively looking, and so if it can go outright and it does the correct thing, then you know we'll see. But it starts to be a negative thing, and you know, X that crap, because that's the whole part about being out here, man. Ever since the beginning, it's one of the major things I had with Tony, man. If you go back to my TikToks, you can really see where I start getting agitated because I'll be on lives, and I can send them to you guys. I don't care. I'm trying to organize searches, right? Get materials together, like. And the thing is like you don't have to send money, dude. You can literally like gloves, stuff like that, dude. Like you could go to Amazon and order a box of gloves. You could do stuff like that. Why was it always directed towards like the money aspect of it? Like, well, we're going to raise all this money, and then why do you need money to search?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand. Like, and maybe I'm different because I have a drone, and I do my searching is a little bit different, and I'm out there in the water and stuff. But when it comes to the land, hell, a drone, you're not going to see shit. All I can see up in the air, to be honest with you, is the overall layout, the terrain, what it is I'm looking at, and if there's any kind of lay down paths, right? And see, like, so essentially what it does is allow me to see like what I'm going through, right? Or going
Right.
into. So I'm not over here in a damn briar
Even
bush up there.
Stephen, there's also software programs out there that you can take those images, and you can run them through the software program, like
What?
all those. Yeah, and there's different programs that like you can pick a color. So, like, say a missing person, were wearing a purple shirt, or we'll
Yeah.
just go with green. Like they got lost in the forest and they were wearing green.
Yeah.
You can take that color of green, and it'll pull everything that is green. Yeah, there's programs that actually process the
Holy
software.
shit. Do you know
I
Wow.
how
can,
awesome that would be with the
oh,
drone footage?
dude, that's what kind of what my business partner does drones, and we drone pipelines and solar fields and
Yeah.
wind farms and all that kind of stuff. So anyway,
That would be awesome. Actually,
but yeah,
that would,
there's things out there that can help you with that. Can I ask one question just to re-clarify?
yeah.
Why Pascal left?
So Pascal it was nothing to do with paparazzi, no bullshit like that. Now I will say Pascal, when we were standing in front of the school on the steps, Pascal said, "Man, I didn't appreciate this person sticking the camera all up in my face constantly. It's like, hey man, I'm just here trying to support this. Don't do that." Well, he was being nice about it, but that was the only thing that was paparazzi's what I say. What I'm going to tell you is the same thing I told Tony Mathis that night after we left. And I called because Tony Mathis was all about me meeting Justin from TikTok. And Justin on TikTok, I first off, I love Justin. He's been very nice to me, stuff like that. We don't talk out there in the open or nothing like that because he will tell you exactly what I told him verbatim sitting at the bar. Now, long story short, I believe Pascal would leave only because, again, when I called Tony that night, I said, dude, did you see everybody that was sitting around us, Tony? Did you see a problem? Well, not really. I was like, Tony, you were the only one wearing a polo shirt. Everybody else, I said, hell, there was people there that looked cracked out of their mind, man. I was like, that's a problem. And he was like, well, and that's why it's up to me to make sure that all this goes to plan and that the right people are around Seth. It was something to that nature. Might be a little bit off about that because it's been a minute, but I remember the conversation because I remember looking at everybody, and the only thing I could think in my head is Pascal kind of seen what everything was, right?
Mhm.
And was like, nah, man, I'm going to get on out of here. Because he did have a long drive. He could have ate with us. I'm sure he could have. But I believe truthfully that he saw it for what it was and said, you know what? I'm just going to go on and head back in. I got a long drive, and left it at it. And left it at that. But it ain't no damn paparazzi thing. And I'm sure Pascal will tell you that, no, it was one individual that had a camera in his face. That was it. So, and it was cool. I mean, Pascal was super nice, dude. Like, you go up and if you wanted to talk to him, he'd talk to you. He'd give you the time of day. It wasn't like, that he would treat you disrespectful. It was just the whole camera in his face thing. And again, one person solely. That is it. And I have no problem telling who the person is, just not online, because I promise you, they're not a bad bean. They're not at all.
I have a follow-up question.
Yep.
Question to what you just stated. You stated that Tony said, well, that's why it's my job to make sure the
He
right
was
people
trying to
are around
weed
Seth.
Michaela and them out. So he was trying to weed Michaela and T-Rev out of the picture.
Oh, okay. That's what I was going to say. What was this plan? Do you know what this plan is to have around Seth, please?
So it was to put people around Seth that could help get Sebastian's name out there, no matter bad publicity or good publicity, but also to, essentially build a team that would, if you were, and it was never put out there strictly of if they're guilty, but I can tell you based off of everybody that was involved, Kayla Ray, Nikki, aka Bertha, Beach, all of us that were involved with this at the very beginning, we all had the same common core. We would swear up and down that Chris and Katie had done this. And then what happened is as things progressed and we started looking at the bigger picture and started questioning it and being like, wait a minute, why is it that you constantly, because mind you, every time somebody would say something, we would have to go out and try to attack and discredit people, right? I refused to do that since the very beginning. There was only like one person that ever happened to. And then what was crazy, though, is that you would see those texts come out. That is exactly what was going on, is every time somebody would say something about Tony, whether it's about Caleb, whether it's about, Sebastian and Tony's involvement, it was a, hey, we need to take care of these people. They're bad people. These people are spreading misinformation. They're terrible. They keep talking about all this shit. And it was eventually all of us started looking at this like, hold up. Is this about Sebastian and Seth? Because you say it's to protect Seth. But this has really got to do with you. Anybody that questions you or questions the narrative that Chris and Katie done it, they're a threat and a problem. And so you started seeing the text messages going back and forth between Nikki and everybody where they were like, what the hell? Like, hey, you had me doing this. Like, this shit's wrong. And when people started realizing what it was that they were actually doing, and this was nothing to do with Sebastian and, being a part of Sebastian's army, everybody started calling it out. And that's when you seen everybody just start splitting. And so at the very beginning, it goes back, like even with this goes deeper than just him putting words in my mouth. This is more of a situation where it is about who Tony appears to be to the public and him trying to be this spokesperson. And honestly, if you want me to be truthful with it, is taking and exploiting the missing children and trying. I mean, he's contacted a whole nother family. I think I hope she don't get mad at me. But she talks with JLR. Starts with an M. Magnolia. From what Magnolia found out is that Tony did absolutely come in and try to talk to another family to be a spokesperson. And so there's so many questions around on like what it was that we were all meant to do. And truthfully, I think the whole plan from the beginning is to condemn Chris and Katie. And if the narrative isn't that, then you're not a part of the team. You're against it. And the moment you started asking the same questions that are being asked to Chris and Katie to Seth, then you have to go. You see what I'm saying? And so when it all started coming out,
that is exactly what we have seen. Many of us have seen firsthand. We have, but we didn't have confirmation of it. So what you're doing is you're giving us everything that you're giving us confirmation for your word, your experience, and telling us the things that many of us have thought, assumed, but we just didn't have.
He swore up to Seth that after. So funny thing is like I think I posted him. He never like, dude. I texted him that morning and said, "Hey, I'm going to Worshams in the sheriff's department. Is there anything you want me to ask?" Now, given I don't think they're going to tell me anything out of the way, right? That would impede the investigation. But I just wanted to ask questions like, "Hey, did y'all get all the camera footages from the surrounding areas? Did you do it?" Nothing of it was to ever say that Chris and Katie done anything. Now, I will say that when it comes to the footage, after I left the sheriff's department, I would post a video. You can go to my TikTok and you see the video. I leave the sheriff's department, right? And I say everything. I said, hey, man, I don't think it was nothing that would impede the investigation. It was some really good stuff. They do absolutely got all the footage from the surrounding areas. They're looking. This is what happened at Worshams. The two detectives showed up. It was like 2.5, 3 weeks later. It was too late. The cameras, they re-roll every 7 days. And actually, the owner of the store is like, he's actually going to invest into getting newer equipment so that would never happen again, right? Because given this situation, which I thought was an honorable thing for him to do. But,
even think about this. That business owner realized that his cameras, it rolls every 7 days. So he's going to upgrade his equipment so that if in the future somebody else has a child go missing or an accident happens or something, anything like that.
Yeah.
He's like, that is such a huge takeaway. And it's a huge win. And all of this other bullshit is overshadowing all of that. Like, that's a good thing. And we don't ever get to hear about the good things. We always hear about the bad. So personally, before this goes any farther, I want to say thank you for coming over here and talking with all of us. And thank you for letting us all ask you questions.
No problem, man. I mean, here's the thing. Is like,
for sure.
It's a narrative where you get painted a lot about, I'm this bad person. No, I stepped away because, truthfully, people are going to say what they will. Look, throw my past out there. I don't give a shit. It is what it is. I've done some fucked up shit. I was not a good person, man. I dealt with an addiction that whooped my ass. 8 years sober now, and I'm super proud of that.
Addiction does not discriminate. That's for sure, man.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations. That is a hard task. I am 12 years sober, so I get it. Buddy.
That's awesome.
Good on you for making your changes.
Thank you. Yeah, well, they say idle hands are dangerous hands, man, and I just keep myself busy. And my son's autistic. He's on the high end. He doesn't say he loves you, stuff like that. He doesn't understand that kind of stuff, right? I can tell he cares about me because he gives me hugs, and I know he loves me. He just don't know what emotion is. He's in the BLAST program that's over there at Beach and at Station Camp. My son goes to Station Camp, obviously, and that BLAST program Sumner County implemented was one of the best things to happen for students, and I believe kids alike that do deal with autism, because my son has came, leaps and bounds, man, to where he was. Like, he's got kind of an emotional bearing about him. So what they do is they allow him to learn at his own pace because he is highly intelligent. They every so many weeks, they'll test him through stuff to make sure he is still learning like he's supposed to be. And they focus on his emotions and how to character build, essentially. And so to give a bottom line, then I don't want to get off topic. I'll start talking about school shit. But this whole narrative to be painted, and like I said, when I went up there to is this still good? We're good?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
My phone's just weird shit. But so when I left Worshams, obviously I went up there. I also went by Sumner EMA and talked to a guy. He just told me how the EMA and the rescue works, or how the search and rescue works, that these are all people that are within the departments or work within the city up there that are qualified to be a part of it. So when they go out and have to search, they're pulling
EMA,
from
Emergency Management Agency.
Yes. Yeah. And so when search and rescue get involved, these are all like deputies, people that are like clerks, people that have all the necessary training to go out and do that, not only officers, right? So they, they have to pull from those resources. So if they pull from that resource, right, well, there's one less officer on the road that day. So of course it's not something they can do 24/7 and keep at it, and that's unfortunate. But the truth is like, that's why everybody's like, well, I don't understand why they're not searching every day. Well, the fact of the matter is they can't. They don't have a dedicated team like that. And then, so mind you, now I go to the sheriff's department. Now I would suggest to anybody, everybody knows what a FOIA is, right? Pull a FOIA.
Yes, sir.
It is recorded. The detective I spoke to, I believe his name was David or Daniel. Please don't chalk me on that. It's been a minute. He's the
It's
detective.
okay.
When I sat in that room and I talked to him, and I asked several questions. Now, there was questions that were asked pertaining to Worshams and the video footage. And I said, well, man, let me ask you something. What if y'all weren't able to get that footage? That's very important. That's a key thing, right? And he said, no, absolutely. He said, but he said, I can assure you, every bit of the footage that we have, he's like, he said, including the new system that we have in place that went in place in January, that works with Ring or your doorbell systems with the Sumner County EMA. They can log, like, say if an accident happens, the resident can sign up for this thing so that the Sumner County Sheriff's Department or whatever can log into your camera to see if somebody had been in the area. And I was like, dude, that's actually awesome. He said, now, being that it was February, he said, we didn't have many involved with that program yet. He said, but we had several, so we were able to pull their footage. So if Sebastian is seen after he went missing, he would be seen on camera. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Well, this is where the whole misspeak would happen, right? Where if versus he was seen on screen. And I made that mistake. I truly did make that when we were on the live. Go back to the video, though, and I never mentioned anything about it. It wasn't until I leave there, all of a sudden I post that video, Tony calls me immediately. Hey, man, how'd it go? What's going on? So I tell him the same thing you just heard, right? Wait a minute. Hold up. It's safe to assume that they have Sebastian on footage after he went missing, huh? And I'm like, no, I think that's kind of what they said. No, hear me out. It's safe to assume. I'm like, no. I mean, Tony, they're just talking about if he was seen on camera. I'm telling you, it's safe to assume. Boom, hangs up. Calls Seth, I'm assuming, and talks to him. Now, mind you, later on, before this whole live shit and all this stuff, we would, obviously, I'm assuming he had told Seth and everything else. We get on this live. The live has already started. I have the live downloaded. Y'all can actually go back and look at this live. You will see my face. I give a tell all, man, because I wear my expressions on my face. I've always done that. It's something I do since I was a kid. He starts talking about it. I'm getting drilled about questions. Why would the cops just ask you these questions? It doesn't make sense. They wouldn't just tell you. I'm trying to figure out what the hell they're talking about. Now, mind you, I have a cicada in the corner of my room. I hate those damn things, those bug eyes. So I'm like, I'm looking in the corner of my room, and I'm looking at the camera. I'm listening to everything, and Ocean and them are drilling me. And I'm like, look, I don't think they told me anything out of the way. I don't know, John. Then Tony said, well, it's just like the text messages. Now, here's the crazy part. It wasn't until I would go off on him about those text messages, because it was said that I came out with.
Hold on, Stephen. Hold on. Yep. We don't know what text messages are you referring to?
These text messages would be referred to as text messages between Sebastian and the family member. And it come out that supposedly he had a credible source that stated that Sebastian had text with the grandmother or some shit like that. I don't remember what it was.
Nikki Mom Robin?
Yes, there you go. That's it. Yep. So,
hang on, pause. Oh my God.
Was it?
Oh my God, you guys. Queen, do you realize that like everything that we've always thought cheesy? Are you guys here?
I'm listening.
Oh my God. Like my mind is getting blown at the rate of what the fuck per second right now.
Oh, mind you, they're going to try to discredit everything. I'm telling you, my videos and it speaks for itself, man. You just got to go look for it. But what I will say is right. So sorry, I had to turn my truck on for me. I'm at a site supposed to be putting a GPS in, but it ain't no big deal. So what I'll say is that it was said that that it was credible. No, but the crazy part is it wasn't. It came from an individual who you could say it's credible or you won't, but it was from somebody, and that text could have easily come out from anywhere. It wasn't from law enforcement. It wasn't from a PI. It wasn't from none of that. Well, mind you, it's being said now after that live that night that not only did I say Sebastian was on camera, seen on camera, right? But that I'm the one that said something about the text message. So I went the fudge off. That's where you see the screenshot of me texting Tony flipping out about this shit. Like,
Okay,
hey, man.
because
Yep.
it was actually Katie. Tony said that it was Katie's mom, not Seth's mom. Sorry.
Okay.
We
All
just
right,
needed
cool.
to clarify that. Tony said
Sorry.
that it's been stated that it was Katie's mom that Sebastian texted with, not Seth's mom. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, that's my fault, and I'm just, but all right. So now, being all that said, if you look that night on that live, when Tony says, "Well, the cat's out of the bag," right? That's the exact phrase you got to look for. The cat's out of the bag. I'm like, what? What? Yeah, I went to the sheriff's. Well, you posted that video of you at the sheriff's department. Now everybody knows where the footage come from. You will see that exact moment. I didn't even know that shit had come out. And I'm like, what the fuck you mean footage? What are you talking about? So I'm hearing all this and I'm like, okay, yeah, no, man, that's not what was really said. But, and I mean, look at my face. Now I'm getting,
So the moment you became problematic and you gave him pushback, then you became the fall guy and the scapegoat.
Yeah, no. So after the live, mind you now, after the live, we're gonna go through live where all this happens. I get a call from him. Hey, motherfucker, man, I can't be looking like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about to Seth. I'm a spokesperson. I can't look bad. Like, this is fucked up. So I tell Tony, motherfucker, you're recorded on the phone saying it's safe to fucking assume. He immediately backtracks. Now, mind you, he's not. It's something I use like a dumbass, but I said he was recorded and he starts backtracking. And that's where I get him. Well, you don't understand. I can't be looking like I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm supposed to be doing all this stuff with Seth, and Seth can't see me as a dumbass. It is always important to him that he didn't look like an idiot, right? So now we're talking about the whole phone call. So we are talking on the phone. Cindy on that live, we go back to the live. Cindy was the only person that said, I said, hey, will somebody help me? They can call Tim Bailey. He will call you back. Call Tim Bailey with me, and that way we can get the same exact story. Okay? Her name's Cindy 716 Girl on TikTok. I can have her call you. She's an awesome person. Verbatim. Exactly what I say is exactly what Cindy hears from Tim Bailey. Well, Tony is over here backtracking everything. Yet again, still not telling nobody about the fucking text message and the fact that he put words in my mouth. So I'm pissed. I'm like, fuck this, dude. What you did's wrong. Like, now, mind you, I didn't even know that I was going to be the fall guy. So now, this is prior to going to the beach or the beach high school vigil. The vigil would happen, right? Well, I'm there, and I said, because I had texted Tony and said, hey, man, why are people saying, dude, I don't know what the hell just went down my throat, but it sucks.
Oh, man. Well, why don't you take a second, get a drink if you've got a drink.
Oh, we're good. I took a drink, but
okay, good.
my allergies hate me. All right, give me 1 second. All right, there we go, man. I don't know what just happened. Yeah, I thought I was down there for a minute. So the crazy part about all this is now Cindy's involved. Cindy's called Tim like I did. I've called Tim. There is a bottom line, and Tim clearly states on the phone, hey, Stephen, look, man, I'm not upset with you. I'm a little aggravated. He said, I'm going to go back and look at it. The detective put you in that room, and y'all had that conversation because it's a recorded room. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, no problem. I said, well, maybe there's a misunderstanding. I was like, I'm not understanding where people are saying I'm saying something about a footage, but I don't remember putting that out. The only time I said something about it was on the live, and that is where I fucking used the stupid word, instead of if is that they had footage. I should have put if in there, never did, or whatever you want to call it.
Right. It was an innocent misspeak. They're playing
Yeah.
word semantics with you.
Correct. Well, but the funny thing is, I would have never even mentioned the video on that live had Tony not brought it up prior to me being in that live, and then say the cat's out of the bag. Everybody knows you went to the sheriff's department. You posted the video. Nobody's could say anything. You told on yourself. Go to the live. You'll hear exactly what's said. So we're going back to the couple days after this. Seth, now I got to apologize to Seth, right? Because I think I fucked up. I'm like, dude, this is crazy. So Tony's like, well, I can't be the one that said all this shit, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just eat this. We'll just go about it. We're not going to talk about it. I'll eat it. It is what it is. We'll move forward. Well, it wasn't a big deal until all of a sudden Tony starts texting the group text and stuff that I have essentially went rogue, that I'm on the other side and I'm doing all this shit. Now, mind you, I'm a whiny bitch, is what Tony said. No, bud, I'm calling you out for your fucking bullshit lies, and that you fucking made me your fall guy. Just like you just recently tried to say I'm the Bullhorn Betty said it. Steven come out and he was the one that talked about the Amber Alert. No, the fuck I didn't. There was 4 of us that said you probably shouldn't put that out. That's not factual. And he swore up and down that Amber Alert was tried, true, and tested. That no, that's the official one. No, the fuck it's not. And what's he do? He puts it out. Now, Betty the other day tries to spin it to where I said it. I'm like, show me the video where I talk about that Amber Alert, because it's not real.
No, that was Tony.
Yeah. And so we go through all this shit, and it's constantly this up and down. Now, Tim Bailey, like I said, had even said, look, man, there is no probable cause to suggest Chris and Katie have done any wrongdoing. He said, dude, it's frustrating. And mind you, Cindy can verbatim this. She talked to him herself. It is frustrating. These people are literally telling us, did you look in the attic? He's like, you don't think we looked in the fucking attic? We looked everywhere. He said, dude, we fingerprinted everything. We ran dogs in and out of this house. We've done absolutely everything we can. We've looked at phones. We've done everything. There is no evidence to suggest Chris and Katie have done anything wrong. And if there is, then they are probably some of the best at fucking covering it up. And he said, he's like, and I've been in law enforcement for a very long time. I have to say, I have never seen that yet, not to date. He said, so mind you, when you say opinions, Stephen, those may be your opinions, and you may think that they have done this. This is where I learned the very first valuable lesson. It is from Mr. Tim Bailey himself, when he says, now, mind you, I understand that you have your opinions, and they may be strong, and you may feel like you want to voice those opinions, but sometimes those opinions can affect those, especially in a sensitive situation like this. That is a child that is missing. That is his family. So when you have strong opinions, you have to understand they could be going through things that are mental, that is breaking them down, and it could really tear on somebody. So you may not think you're damaging somebody, but what your actions are doing is causing the family a bunch of grief that's not needed. He said, I'm not the type. He said, and everybody keeps asking, why don't we come out to the public and talk all the time? He said, and talk to the family. He said, I'm not delivering a bunch of nothing burgers all the time, every week. He said, that's just as bad as literally going to them and saying, hey man, I have nothing. And then being quiet for a little bit. He said, so you want me to get their hopes up every time they get my phone call? And I was like, no, that makes a good point. He's like, just so they could be let down in the first 5 minutes of me saying, hey man, there's nothing new.
Makes sense.
Stephen, you are speaking. This is so true. And this is something that I don't know if everybody takes this kind of information into consideration.
Well, the crazy part is, guys, is that was the turning moment. That was the moment I seen, okay, there is a motive here. The motive is Chris and Katie are bad, no matter what. That was the moment that I would look at things and say, you know what? My actions are not, they're wrong. I don't have a right to accuse somebody. I know how it feels to be accused. Who am I to fucking accuse somebody when there's no evidence to suggest they have done anything? I got to let the black and white do it, take the emotions out of it, think logically, and look at this from a different perspective. And at that point, that's what I started doing. So I started questioning things. The moment I started doing that and I started posting the TikToks, it was attack, attack, attack. And then I
Yep.
was like, oh, okay, let's do this, motherfucker. You want to attack me? I will air your ass out just as well. You are a piece of shit, garbage human. You are no spokesperson. And if you were, you wouldn't be out there online at 2 a.m. with a bunch of females fucking theorizing. A spokesperson does not theorize. They leave
Correct.
both sides alone. And the truth of the matter is he talks about, well, I tried to get Chris and Seth together. No, you didn't, man. The problem was you tried to run the show and you told and demanded to Chris and them that apparently all this shit, like, so here's the thing. You can't make me think 1 second. Now, if there's no contracts from what I understand, everybody said I signed a contract and I laughed about it. I don't have a contract. I don't know what people are talking about. I can't speak for Seth. I can't speak for Randy, but from what Randy said, there was no contract. There was just like a verbal thing, right? So, but you go back to Tony, okay, and he says, I tried to talk with Chris. We got in a big argument, and I had to cut. Literally says I cussed him out. You know, we had a cussing fit and argued back and forth, and we're not going to get nowhere. No, that's because Tony, your decision from the start was to accuse them from the get-go. There was no working together. That was never a part of the plan. Your plan is to try to get close to Chris and them, not as if you're working on a team, but to see if you can get any information. And the funny thing is there's no information to give. And he literally told, dude, it's a thing. So Sheriff's Department, do you know one of the major things, I think the reason why Sumner County will not talk to Seth and him is because everything has to run through Tony. Why? He's just a spokesperson. He's not the fucking mom. He's not the dad. He's not nobody. He's a spokesperson. So why does everything need to run through him before it gets to Chris, Katie, or Seth?
Right.
It doesn't make sense. So there is
Exactly
so
right.
much to this shit, man. And then the leading attacks and the leading attacks, and then he talks about, you know, I'm telling you, man. You know what happened at the vigil? So at the vigil over there at beach, I had confronted him about, hey man, everybody's saying this was part of your plan, that you set me up to fail, and that it was part of your plan to poke Sumner County. No matter, well, it wasn't like that, man. But you know what I'm saying? Like, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, you know, we have to poke them. We got it. This is the only way we're gonna get things done. And they weren't doing nothing, so it wasn't a plan. It just so happened to happen that way. And it's like, are you fucking serious right now, bro? Like, no, it was a plan the whole time. It was a setup. It is what it is. Tony and them never told me to go to the sheriff's department in Worshams, though. That was on my own accord because, to be honest with y'all, I had been searching, been flying my drone, walking in the woods for almost 3 to 4 weeks, and I was like, man, I've got questions, and I'm not getting anything. I don't understand. And because it was already from the beginning such a fucking hit and miss. It was such honestly an all-out blitz war on attacking Chris and Katie. And I was unfortunately a part of that, man. It sucks. And it's one thing I will say, and I don't give a shit anybody says. When I met them, I told them, I was like, hey man, to your face, I wanted to tell you I am sorry for what I have said. At the end of the day, look, I'm always going to question things. It's my natural instinct. But I will tell you that I have an open mind and open heart. I don't think that y'all did it. So it just frustrates me because they are maneuvering in such a way. I mean, dude, you can't tell me that you could have a jury trial and it'd be fair. There's no fucking way.
Right.
But y'all ask away. Go ahead and ask me some questions. I got to run here in a few minutes, though.
Well, all I can say is I think it's great that you're going on the right path now instead of the way you were. And that's all you can do is just keep going forward, you know. I'm sure Chris and Katie can forgive you, and, you know, I'm sure they can
Yeah.
move on. I don't know them at all, but
Dude,
I'm sure.
Chris even said he don't hold grudges. He said, I
Yeah,
don't
that's
hold no
good.
grudges, man. He's like, he said, I just wish people understood that we're people too.
Right.
And I was like, like that makes perfect sense, man. Makes perfect sense. And he treated everybody there with the utmost respect and was thankful that people were willing to go put out, more posters and stuff. And I'm not going to lie on that. I'm not. Now everybody's saying that Chris leaves. Like I don't talk to him. Like I've talked to him a couple times, but not recent. Not anytime. Like this was maybe hell over a week and a half ago now. Like just a general. Hey, and I reached out. I did. And Chris, said he was cool with talking to me, and it was made to happen. And I appreciate it because I wanted to say, hey, look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have did things the way I did. It's just like with Seth, man. I think Seth had anything to do with it? No, man. But at the end of the fucking day, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a fucking cop. All I care about is getting the kid home and trying to be a resource for that. I just mind my own shit, not worry about who's guilty. Like
That's the
nobody
best.
knows.
That's the best
Right.
way to be. You focus in on the skills that you can provide. Don't get involved in the drama. That is the best way to be. Absolutely, Stephen. Um, I I applaud you for standing up and apologizing. Right is right, wrong is wrong. You knew you were doing wrong, and the best apology is to not make the mistake again and just keep doing what you're doing. I think you're doing a wonderful thing, and
Thanks.
I appreciate you telling us um, about your experience with this, because this really, I mean, it
Y'all
kind
need,
of
what's funny is
what
I could get y'all in contact with people that were firsthand, and I'm talking about legit, that would come up here and speak, that were firsthand people like myself, such as Nikki, such as these people that were literally part of this whole group text thing. It is not what people think. And then the narrative, oh, those are fake. No, the fuck they're not. No, they're not, man. You are a master narcissist manipulator, bud. You stand behind the screen, you paint the image online that you're this perfect spokesperson, and yet you're behind the screen texting everybody about verbal attacks and making sure to end this, man. A birds of a flock together. And that's what I've noticed, man. Anyways, I'll shut up. But thank y'all so much. I again, if there's ever any questions, I'm truly sorry about all this TerriLynn shit. Oh well, I'm a part of a cult now, so
uh,
that's different.
listen, the Kool-Aid tastes funny, but it's okay. I mean,
Facts. I will say this, man. I do appreciate, and I told Queen this myself. Like, dude, everybody has their opinions. You know what I'll never do? I'll never take somebody's opinion and run with it. You know why? Because here's the thing. You have a right to feel the way you do about me. People bring my past up and people say, look, you want me to tell you the honest truth? If I walked into a police station and I said, hey, I've been investigating this and I think Sebastian's here, do you know how fucking outright dumb I think Sumner County would be if they believed me? And I'm just being honest, man. I have a past. So am I supposed to attack everybody that doesn't like my past? No, man. Like to each their own. They're allowed. Everybody's allowed to feel how they want to. Like I would never take that from somebody. And it's the one thing I say all the time. My opinion is solely that of my opinion. Please don't never let it help you form your own opinion. Like just simple. We can all agree and disagree. And the crazy thing is we should all be able to have dialogue and help each other understand what's going on. But that's not the case. When the narrative is strictly that of just completely just obliterating Chris and Katie. And at a point that people have to understand for what. It's 7 months later, and you mean to tell me that they have pulled off the most perfect crime? That is the furthest fucking thing I've ever heard, man. Like
Right.
if you can't use logic, then I don't know what to tell you.
But as I've always thought that Chris and Katie were innocent because what do they have to gain by getting rid of Sebastian? You know?
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
If you were getting custody of your kid, don't you think you would go through the state of Tennessee and there would be a PP plan on that? Because I'm going to tell you, you can't make me think that Katie would give her son up.
Right.
So where's the parenting plan in the courts?
Yeah.
There has to be something that's documented in the courts, right?
You'd think so.
Because I'm pretty sure Katie would tell anybody that no, she wouldn't just hand him over. Like, that's not how that works. I could see him maybe going there for a summer or something like that, but to come live with him, no, not happening. The other thing I'll say is that I truly speak about is that where we demand all this from one side, but the moment we start demanding, where's the footage of you being at work? That you should have a private investigator, like you say you do. They should be able to get that footage, given it's for the right reasons. It clears you. You want people to clear your name, then your alibi, if it's solid, you would be cleared by now. For some reason, you're not clear. It's because at the end of the day, it's an ongoing investigation. They're not going to clear anybody because there's literally nothing. I mean, it's unfortunate. I truly wonder if this boy walked out those doors, and it's unfortunate.
Right.
But again, I'm not an investigator. I don't know. So why am I focusing on that? Do I like looking at like the mob crew, see what he says about the lights and stuff like that? I think everybody's got a curiosity, right? Like, that's just it. But you don't have to go out there and keep fucking harshing on somebody, man.
Right. The attacks that they've done on Chris and Katie are terrible.
It is, man. It is outright like wild. And then everybody's like, "Did you see the video that Chris posted?" Now, it was something about the Joker or something. I'm gonna be straightforward. Yeah. I'll be straightforward. Did I think it was a little odd? Yeah, I did. But when you've been fucking trolled as much as you have and took and put up with the shit, God forbid he puts one thing out while everybody else is putting out nonstop shit.
Right.
And attacking him. So at what point is enough enough? At what point when does he get the right to say, "Hey, look, I'm fucking tired of this. So I'm gonna fucking answer and respond back and make you," like, dude, I would troll. There's a part of me that would troll you. I'm gonna be honest. At a certain point where it's like, dude, if you're gonna be this naive, then I'm absolutely gonna troll you. I have to see it from that standpoint.
Right.
And then you send your group. Let's just talk about your group. Send, was it Depends or diapers to the house with an orange jumpsuit?
They did that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Apparently, it's been said that KGen and Delta and them, and I don't know much about Delta, but
Delta, the fake attorney / repo man.
Yeah. I don't know. I've talked to him a few times, man. Very rarely have I even talked to him. I talked to him on the group phone back when there was a few of us that used to talk. But I'll be honest, man. I don't know much about the fella, so.
Well, I'm going to tell you to stay away from that one because that one.
No, absolutely. I'm just going to stay away from anybody with that group, to be honest with you. That's a part of that whole clan. I don't trust any of it. I trust people that free think, man, and that are riding the new, like they're literally saying, you know what, I'm not going to be the ones that are accused. I was a dumbass and done that for so long. And everybody's like, oh, Steven flipped a complete 180. I flipped the fucking 180 because of look what was happening. When I seen the true colors, wasn't towards the people that we were accusing. It was the people that were fucking just controlling the narrative. That's the problem. That's why I flipped the 180. I got tired of being the fucking fall boy for some piece of shit dude.
Hey, Steven, can you explain one more time to people that might have just come in what the officer said to you about delivering no information or not giving an update or any of that? Can you explain that one more time?
So, okay. So are you talking about when Tim Bailey told me, as far as
Yes,
like,
yes,
okay.
yes, sir.
So Tim had told me, so I kept making opinions. Everybody knows that I was very opinionated about Chris and Katie. And at the end of the day, he helped me realize something. I may word it wrong a little bit, but at the end of the day, what he said exactly verbatim was, I'm not going to deliver a bunch of nothing burgers. It's just as bad as literally picking up the phone and saying, "Hey man, I don't know anything," and getting their hopes up. He's like, "So why would I contact them every week to give them a bunch of nothing burgers," as he claimed it? And like I said, Cindy can verbatim this too. And I said, he started talking to me about my opinion. He's like, "I'm not mad at you." He said, I'm just, you know, if he could teach me something." He said he's a little upset about the fact that I continued to essentially bash the department, Chris, Katie, and everybody involved. He said, "Opinions, man, are best." He said, "Look, you have a right to your own opinion. And you may want to voice that opinion. You have a right to do so. But there is a point where you have to understand there is nothing, absolutely nothing." He said, he said, "I've had people ask me if we search in the attic." He said, "I'm like, are you like, how dumb do you think you got to be that they didn't search in the attic? They've ran dogs in and out of all this house. They've all around it. They've done absolutely everything they possibly can. And nothing suggests that there was any wrongdoing on Chris and Katie's part. None. If there was, they would absolutely, be in trouble. This would be a lot more than what it was. The other part of it was morally, it just goes the simple saying of, they're not, in all of his years of working, he's never seen somebody pull off the perfect crime. It doesn't exist. So what people are insinuating is that Chris and Katie done this, and that they have done the unthinkable. They pulled off the best crime ever. There is nothing to suggest they've done anything at all. In that opinion that I have, right? If I keep spitting that opinion, and these people have a child, that this is their child. There is a child missing. It's very sensitive. And at a point that I keep spilling an opinion, it tends to mentally affect those that are involved. And what I say can hurt people. And
Thank you.
it's not a it's just like if you put the shoe in your foot, man. If you know for a fact that you didn't do something, and yet everybody is entitled to their opinion, but you constantly hear it. I mean, dude, I do it every day now. I get fucking dragged all the time. So it's like, people, it does bother me. I get it now. When Tim told me all this stuff, like I said, I'm a verbatim person. I can't really verbatim. What I can tell you is Tim taught me one of the most valuable lessons about my opinions, and how sometimes they are best left inside and not out in the general public, because those opinions sometimes have people involved that deal with a sensitive subject, such as a child missing, and those are parents of this child, and it can really affect them. That's the best way to word it. There you go.
Right.
And
That's
Cindy,
what I
like I
was
said, I'd
trying
love
to.
for y'all to talk to Cindy, so you're not just getting my side, and
Well,
she can
that's kind of
explain
what I
it to
was
you.
wanting you to reiterate, as well as that, like, law enforcement is doing their job, and they're not going to come out and deliver a nothing burger update to the public, because after a while, then that also doesn't bid well for their
Do you
morale.
know? Let me ask y'all something. Have y'all been told that it was told to the public in that general area that they should look at their own properties, and it was never searched?
Yeah.
That's not the
Oh yeah,
case. The dude that lives on Happy Hollow, and I'm going to tell you this right now, and she could die. She's with the other side. I don't know if she will, but Jennifer Jennings, Astro of Mystics, or whatever you call her, Astrology of Mystics. There you go. She was with me when we were talking to the realtor that lived up there up the road on Happy Hollow. He said, "Man, they have absolutely been through all of this area countless times on horseback, four-wheelers, and with dogs. Not once, not twice, but three different occasions. And they all this last one was fairly just recent, back before May."
Hmm.
And I said, "So, like, y'all, they didn't tell you needed to search it?" He said they did suggest that, hey, that if we could be on the lookout on our property, that if we
Right.
own property, You know, when we see something, call them. But no, it wasn't like we had to search our own property. They absolutely have been through here multiple times with horseback dog, anything you could think of, they've been through there.
Well, and any missing person or anything, they always tell you to search your own properties because you never know if that person was on the move. If they're not there one day, they could be there the next.
Right, man. And at the
Right.
end of I don't know what Seth isn't a minor. I'm not talking about Seth. I meant Sebastian. I probably misspoke or something. I was
Yeah,
talking about.
sometimes we do that.
Yeah, I didn't. If I called Seth a minor, I didn't mean to. It was Sebastian. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Those two names are a tongue twister at times. So we
Right.
talk to them like shit. I meant Sebastian, not Seth. Seth
I've done that
Sebastian.
before too.
But again, dude, man, I'm about to lose my shit over here. I'm going dry like a raisin.
Uh-huh.
But I want to say this from bottom of my heart. I appreciate y'all allowing me to come up and talk. Like I said, there's never no hard feelings. I would suggest that anybody have their opinions over me. They can have those. And people, if they feel a certain way, they're allowed to feel that way. I would never take that from them. But I do appreciate the opportunity to come up and speak.
Well, we appreciate you being here. That's
And Queen, you know this. If you need anything, you just holler. I mean that for anybody on this panel too.
yeah. Well,
But
she runs an open panel, so I'm sure I can speak for her when I say you're welcome back anytime.
I think that's cool as shit. I didn't realize that. And then
Yeah.
she said they talked about coming up, and then I clicked on the damn link. I'm like, wow, that was common sense there. So, well, anyways, y'all have a great day.
Sometimes the link doesn't show, like if we have a poll or something, sometimes the
Yeah.
link doesn't always pop right up. So, but geez, you have been just so full of information.
Oh man, trust me, it will go across. They'll try to discredit, but I'm gonna tell you this: there's a lot more of me. It's not just me. There's a lot more people that are involved that know the truth that are willing to talk. And I mean that, and heed those words. There are people that were involved since the very beginning that absolutely know everything that went on behind the scenes. What y'all are seeing in the public is a bold face like wool over sheep's eyes, man.
Well, you can tell those people that Queen has an open panel and the link is pinned, and you can tell them how to do it. Just let them know that they can pause their YouTube, click the link, and come on up.
Absolutely. No, that's kind of what I plan on doing when I get off the phone. But y'all have a good one, and thank y'all so much. And I appreciate y'all.
You too. Take care. Nice chatting with you.
You too.
Thank you.
Wow.
Well, he just confirmed a lot of stuff that we were thinking. So,
I mean, that's crazy, wasn't it? It was just like being like, oh, you could go right down the box and go check. And now, Cheesy, I have to say, I think your theory's right.
I enjoyed listening to you. I didn't really talk much because I had to go get my littles.
Oh, what theory is that? Voices.
That Seth's anger and hatred for Katie is what is driving all of this bullshit.
Oh, yeah. I think that's everybody's theory. Yeah, we all see it. You know, she's the one. He always said that she was the one that ruined his life, you know. And so he's assuming that she's the one that ruined his life this time too, by letting Sebastian go. So,
Queen, thanks for letting me ask questions.
Thank you guys. I appreciate you coming up here. I had to go grab my littles, so I didn't have time. You know what I mean? I couldn't really jump in, but I was listening. I was listening to everything that Stephen was saying. I was trying to jump in, but I knew it was going to be too windy. So I appreciate you guys, you know, talking and him chit chatting and coming up and explaining stuff to us and all that. And, you know,
sorry if I said I could speak for you. I think I could speak for you when I told him to come back anytime. But
yeah, that's fine. No, that's fine. It's fine.
I figured it was safe to say.
No, it's fine. I appreciate you guys, but thank you, girls. And I got to get off here. I got some stuff I got to get done. It's 3:45. So
Well, thank you
No
for
worries.
having me.
Yes, I appreciate you girls.
Thanks
Bye,
for letting me
everybody.
help today. We'll see you later. Bye.
Thank you. We'll see you later, voices. Bye, Cheesy. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate your support, and thank you guys so much for being here. Let me see here. Tia Marie gifted a membership. Southern ish. Okay, so can I just say this is enough to call Ellie? She needs to be reported. She needs to be reported to Ellie. This is insane. Yeah, her saying that she had Sebastian in her truck was fucking ridiculous. And the other stuff she said as well. Southern ish gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And then OG blame Erica. Hold on, thank you, Queen, for all you do for the community. Oh, happy birthday as well. You said happy 36th birthday. Happy birthday, girl. I hope you have a good day, and I hope it was a good birthday. You guys enjoy your evening. I'll catch you on the flip side.